gonna have to go back and find the one guy that recognized this song and ban them from my chat for being underage. I have been exposed to cartoon culture because this one guy posts 8 times every page in my thread about cartoons and media and shit, and now I have seen things that I should not have seen, and I understand things I shouldn't know. I have seen a sprunky. I have heard a quick flip. I have what was the other thing? I've watched an episode of Has Been Hotel, the pilot. My mind is ruined forever. These are things that a 30-something-year-old man should never know about, but alas, here I am. I have not watched Hell of a Boss yet. PPP and we've recorded this. I have to go back and fix the audio because I recorded it on Linux. I've been recording our things on Linux recently because to shut down my worker rig, because I have an RTX 6000 in my computer, and to shut it down and go to Windows, it takes like 45 minutes to gracefully shut that down because it's doing work for the Kiwi Farms in the back. But I don't like doing that, so I've tried to get it working on Linux, and surprise, dealing with audio on Linux is a fucking nightmare and just breaks constantly, and I have to go back and edit in source audio so that people can listen to it. So I watched with PPP yesterday one episode of the pilot episode, which is different than episode 1 of Has Been Hotel. We watched an episode, the pilot episode as well, of Gameaverse, which is the new Glitch Productions. It's the same company that made The Amazing Digital Circus, but it's made by Ross Donovan and Aaron Hansen, the fucking I can't remember his name, Ego Raptor. They wrote and directed this, so it's like really competent. And then Ongezellig, which is a weird Dutch thing, and we did a live reaction to all that, so that'll be our cart. We've been reviewing cartoons because apparently this is a thing that adult men do. They watch and review fucking pop culture cartoons, and somehow a lot of people are really into this. So we haven't decided if we want to watch Hell of a Boss or any more of Has Been Hotel, but we could be persuaded depending on user interest on the Gumroad and or locals. The Ongezellig, it's only one episode, so we watched the entire thing basically. I'll save our commentary for the commentary chat as soon as I can get it in post. I would usually have it done on Wednesday, but PPP, despite the fact that we always record on Wednesday, for some reason, when I told PPP about this great idea that we should watch one of 4 different shows, the pilot of 4 different shows, he forgot. And then on Tuesday, he was at the beach. Oh, wow. I just completely forgot and went to the fucking, absconded to the fucking beach after I had everything set up and ready to go on Tuesday. Just completely forgot for some reason. Very surprising. Very interesting. So I would never accuse him of lying and then going outside and getting a fake sunburn on Wednesday so that he would have something to show for it on Thursday when we did record it. But that might have been what happened, actually. Okay, so on top of that, let me talk about what's going on the Kiwi Forums, which is the best website to ever exist, obviously. I'm still working on our new search feature. It's actually making the issue with the new search feature is that it uses AI tools to create something called search embedding, which is a mathematical extrapolation of post data, and it allows a regular non-AI tool to search concepts without AI assistance, and that way it stays fast. But the actual backlog of processing 24 million posts, 6 million images and videos, that is taking weeks. And so I can't really do refinement and tests until that's complete. But now that the data is there and coming in, and I'm able to use it sometimes, I found a clip just this morning I was looking for the stream using the tool, because it can search videos and images based off a visual description of the image and based off the transcript of the video. And the OCR, it OCRs the text off the image. So it's very good. Yeah, it's just it's not ready yet. But it will be ready. The other thing that I'm working on in addition to this is someone, like, I was talking to somebody about how to make the site grow, and they said, why not like a For You page as like a piss take? I'm like, well, why the fuck not? Now that I have search embedding, I can find posts that are near each other in topics that are adjacent to each other. I can make a For You page if you want to know the truth about it, bitch. So I'm going to make a big page for you, and it'll integrate the new search feature as a component to it. So that's what I'm working on. I would love to show you guys something, but I can't. Oh, it's so fucking hot. Holy shit. Because I was running, dude, those cards, the AI cards that I have, they burn so hot. And if I'm running it in the morning before I switch over to stream, like, I have a dedicated AC unit because I'm American. I'm not a faggot that lives in the UK. And it cannot bring that heat down. There's so many BTUs. That's how that works. Okay. Um, so one thing I wish I could show you, but I can't because of the insidious nature of this lawsuit, is that Liz Fong Jones has continued to file DMCA's in regards to that stupid headshot that I can't show you because of the naturally censorious and anti-free speech nature of copyright. But he sent in another DMCA directly affecting a single post that is probably the most ridiculous DMCA he's sent so far. Oh, you know what? Let me pull this up because I think this will be a good thing. Ethically, I didn't mean to, I didn't mean to talk about this, but it was like a Twitter thing. Here, I'll just show you this real quick. So there was this thing that it was like a research paper. Sarah Rodriguez Loet's June 17th paper in Evolutionary Human Sciences examined 68 viral X memes from 2025, arguing they revive racial hierarchies through visual tricks and neutral terms like competence. To avoid recirculating the harmful images, she replaced them with ethically modified schematic drawings. So this is from her research paper. It's a soy jack that's been reduced to like a composite, like a sketch, and it says, "I'm sorry, text removed, but we need him from the football team." Figure two: ethically modified schematic reconstruction of a meme using the soy jack character to ridicule progressive positions. Now, normally this says something like, "Sorry that the retarded cannibal raped your daughter, but we need him for the football team." Sorry, this is a good time to remind everybody that I'm on YouTube. And wow, my that's a very loud fan now. If it's actually picking up on the mic, let me know, and I will fuck with it again. So wait, this is the wrong hamster. That's the British one. I want the news ham. There we go. We're not making fun of the British yet. So then it's like white people be like, gotta help the minorities, and then we have ethically modified schematic reconstruction of a meme combining a world map with stylized demographic icons. But this one's a very interesting one because it showed the black people like crowding those continents and like the white people being like a couple people in the mob, and for some reason decided to just make like the entire continent black and removed all white people from Europe and put them in China, and very specifically like Inner Mongolia, Central Asia, and Xinjiang. So I don't know why they chose to do that, but they did. This is ethically modified though. And this one, they didn't show the mud huts. They just showed like a little like house drawing because I guess a mud hut is too offensive. Anyways, the point is this. Oh, this is great because it's like digitally altered. So someone took this idea, this like reduced soy jack of a couple little squiggles, and redrew the Liz Fong Jones headshot that he's copyrighted to DMCA stuff, and DMCA'd this meme of the headshot and called it an ethically modified DMCA proof edit, because it really is. It's not just a criticism of Liz Fong Jones's DMCA abuse. It's a criticism of this paper. So it's literally it falls into a very narrow DMCA exclusion that is a protected use of academics. If you use something to teach something, that is a protected fair use. You can always use copyrighted material in certain circumstances for educational purposes. So criticizing academics is perhaps one of the most protected fair uses besides criticizing the government. Criticizing the government is the most protected category of speech. But academic discussion is the second most, I would say. So the decision to DMCA that is absolutely preposterous, but he's still going to try and get a subpoena for that user's information because he posted literally an MS Paint drawing of Liz Fong Jones making fun of an academic journal. And of course, I can't show you it because of how fucking insane our intellectual property laws in this country. He even tried to take a tweet of me saying, or not a tweet, but a forum post of me saying, yeah, fuck IP, copyright theft is based, which is true because I can't show you an MS Paint drawing of a worthless, no monetary value headshot because if I do so, I immediately put my podcast at risk of being taken down and banned off YouTube. Like, that's why it's fucking based. And that's why IP laws can go fuck themselves. So, very interesting thing, and he continues to file insane DMCA complaints in this case as it's ongoing, and as the existing DMCA takedown notices are being quashed and challenged by Mark Randazza of all people. And I feel like he's making himself look really, really bad because it is such a flagrant disregard for freedom of expression and for fair use that I can't. Like, this one in particular is the worst one. The one that he target. There's a fucking schizo woman on the site called Betsy Dupois who he DMCA'd. And now he's trying to take this schizophrenic woman to copyright claims board, in which he confessed in the filings that the value of the article in question was under $5,000, which therefore caps the total damages he could ever possibly pursue. So it's just insane. Liz Fong Jones is such a categorically, cartoonishly evil person, and the things he does are just cartoonishly evil themselves. And I don't understand how he can wake up in the morning and be like, yeah, I'm a good fucking person. And like every other person out there who think that I'm like a rapist because I said that I had a little consent accident in Torino, they're like the bad person. So, I don't know. It's just, it's just so insane. It's so insane I have to deal with these people. And there's like no recourse. I just have to like sit here and deal with the fact that this person can do whatever the fuck they want and cry to the and force it on the courts and like force me to deal with it in like this way that puts users at risk and stuff. So okay, that's the update on my progress. Someone who is not a Kiwi Farms user, but someone did go to Tokyo or in Shibuya and found that the Sonic statue is not a meme. It is real. There is a life-size Sonic the Hedgehog statue in the Sonic headquarters in Japan. Sorry, in Japan, and there is apparently DNA of Sonic the Hedgehog carbonized and placed in this statue for all to enjoy. You can see the immortal soul of Sonic the Hedgehog trapped in the Chaos Emerald. Very powerful imagery, chat. Very powerful. Very cool. Next, there was a massive series of earthquakes in Venezuela. Our good friends in Venezuela. There's actually several Kiwi Farms users who post on the forum from Venezuela, and they reported that indeed the earthquakes were gigantic. They did fuck shit up. One of them had to flee their home and go to a hotel because the structure of their apartment complex was compromised and they couldn't stay there anymore. So he's is with his cat. He left with only his cat. Apparently, he took like his daily carry and then also his cat. Not even in the carrier. Just grabbed the cat and left and went to a hotel. So it's just him and a cat and his wallet and phone. Kiwi Farms posting from a hotel room as the apartment complexes around him collapse. But I don't know. Now that we're friends with Venezuela, maybe we can send in some of that good old fashioned U.S. aid to help out. We'll see, chat. This is a very interesting story, and this is actually something that has been slow burning on public consciousness, but has a high impact on the world around us, I feel like, and people are starting to notice. If you don't know who Larry Sanger is, he is the supposed co founder of Wikipedia. There's a very funny autistic thing where Jimmy Wales, who is the more public head of Wikipedia, the known founder of Wikipedia, has vehemently contested that he co-founded Wikipedia. He claims that he is the sole founder of Wikipedia. However, the Wikipedia editors refused to allow him to edit out co-founder on his own biography on Wikipedia and force him to be called the co-founder. Well, the other guy who claims to be co-founder of Wikipedia is Mr. Larry Sanger. And the reason why that's quite a problem for Jimbo Wales is that Larry Sanger is a critic of Wikipedia and believes that Wikipedia's editorial structure has institutional biases in it that exclude certain reputable source websites, and as a result implements a strict bias in all of its articles, which is absolutely positively true. But they don't like that very much, and they don't want him to influence how they control the narrative on their website. After at some point, he began to, as he says, well, that's that. I've been blocked by Wikipedia indefinitely for unstated reasons. By the consensus of a mob, there was no due process, no prosecutor, no dispassionate judge, no jury, no interpretation of law. All my judges were self-selected and hated me. He was then unbanned for reasons also unknown. But however, he was rebanned, I think the next day. And here he says, well, now it's really official. After being blocked this morning, then unblocked, after being defended by Jimmy Wales, I now, as of this evening, have been blocked indefinitely from editing Wikipedia. The charges are lies and misrepresentations. And here is the official reason for why the co-founder of Wikipedia is no longer allowed to edit the wiki that everybody is allowed to edit, according to their trademark logo or slogan. You have been blocked indefinitely from editing for canvassing, not being here to constructively build the encyclopedia, and calls for outing as determined by community consensus at Wikipedia Administrators Notice Board incidents possible off-wiki canvassing by user Larry Sanger. If you believe that there are good reasons for being unblocked, please review Wikipedia's guide to appealing blocks, then submit a request through the unblock wizard or through your talk page. From Scottish, Finnish, Radish. So here's the situation on Wikipedia. And this was identified some time ago because I can't remember what exactly the conflict was, but Jimmy Wales personally stepped in. The CEO of the entire foundation stepped in and said something to the effect of, you guys got it wrong. We're damaging our credibility. You guys have to reverse this decision, and you guys have to figure out some way to get this to work. And he was summarily denied by his own staff. And there's a reason for this that I'm kind of familiar with, to the point where I've never let this happen in my own back door, but I'm aware that's a phenomena. It's the low tax effect, basically. When you have an absentee landlord who runs a community in name only, anytime that person wants to step in, as low tax tried to do after the Schmorky incident, and change things, the landlordy aspect then bites them in the ass, because underneath them has calcified this volunteer structure and this hierarchy of getting things done that doesn't involve you. And so if you threaten them and you threaten their power, they all simultaneously threaten to quit at once. And replacing that is an extraordinarily task, and it's extremely disruptive to the site. And I feel like the exact same thing happened with Jimmy Wales and this instance and some prior instance where Jimbo comes in and says, look, this is the co-founder of the wiki. I'm trying to put up this pretense that our wiki is a universal source of truth, that it should be trusted by AI, that we should have these sponsorships with Google and stuff. We should not be meddled with by things like the Grokpedia, that there doesn't need to be an alternative to Wikipedia because we get things right. And the tranny jannies who have maintained a monopoly on power on Wikipedia simply by being the most lifeless devotees to it, the people who put in the most work just so that they can control this avenue of power, threatened him with mass resignations, and were like the most popular wiki site on the planet with millions of edits happening on it frequently. It's about to be completely unmoderated unless you give us what we want. And he just doesn't have the capacity to say no to that. There's no replacement. There's no way he can wrangle that and step in and be like, okay, we're going to fix this. Because if he did, it would all fall apart. And that's something that happens, I think, a lot in these like volunteer structures. I think it also happened on Reddit. It's the flip side of everything has a cost. Everything has a cost, and sometimes a cost is not necessarily a price you pay. And this is one of the hardest things that I deal with when I play like a video game. Like I talked about my map game last stream because I was into it, and there's a lot. I like to play weird niche strategies in all games, and the reason why those weird niche strategies are not so popular, regardless of if it's like a paradox game or like Dota, the reason why it's not in the meta is not that those strategies are bad and that they don't work. It's that they're not the best strategies, and that's because of the lost opportunity, the cost lost factor in any decision. Any decision you make deprives you of alternatives to that decision. And when you opt for volunteer moderation, it's not that that's a bad idea or that that's not cost effective. It's that it deprives you of alternatives to that. And that is the lost cost or the cost loss opportunity cost. That's it. Opportunity cost. That's the proper phrase. The opportunity cost. When you opt for that strategy, you lose other things that don't have a material value, but which do have a value. And it's seen throughout all these communities where you have Reddit and you have Wikipedia and you had something awful, or any small forum or Discord where you have volunteer moderators. It happens on the Kiwi Farms to a much lesser extent because I do a lot of moderation. I do 90%. I did the math recently. I do 90% of all the moderator actions on the Kiwi Farms. And it's this weird thing where someone will make a talk to staff thread and be like, I don't know which faggy fucking Janny did this, but Noel should know about it. And I'm like, oh, buddy boy, that was me. That was me. So I don't know. The point is that I do a lot of the work on the site just because I don't want it to be somebody else's site, you know? That's not good. It is good though. The alternative is the absentee landlord. If you do none of the work or a minority of the work, and you just like, okay, everybody do shit, and I don't want to fucking deal with it, and I'm not going to pay any attention to the moderation of the site, then you lose it. It's no longer your site. It's no longer Jimmy Wales's Wikipedia. It's a bunch of fucking Janny trannies that run Wikipedia. And even if he really wants to like reverse a decision, he can't because he sacrificed every possible value on the site for the opportunity cost of giving it up to volunteers who do it for free. So that's that's the issue. I mean, yeah, if you personally moderate a site, then your moderation sets the tone for the community. And if people don't like that moderation style or whatever, then they're not going to post on it. That's true with everything, though. That's like you can devise any kind of rule set or whatever, and it's always going to drive certain people out and welcome certain people in. It's like with 4chan. I don't use 4chan because it sucks. They don't moderate anything, and as a result, every discussion thread sucks. And I don't know. They're more popular, I guess, as a result. But I don't even use it for like a reference anymore. So, like I said, there's an opportunity cost to everything. Uh, but yeah, that's what happened on Larry Sanger. Apparently, they're paying attention to it. 404 Media put out an article talking about it. He said they did him dirty, so here's his corrections. He says, mostly meaning more right-leaning perspectives, intellectual diversity is simply pluralism by another name, a classic liberal idea supported by both left and right until very recently. Sanger invited 91,000 followers from X to influence that discussion. He says he did not invite anyone to influence the application or support it. Tried to start a right-wing conservative pressure group, which is ridiculous. So WPID would not be called a pressure group. It would not be allied with conservatives. Alleged that they are being funded by shadow money. It says it's bizarre. I'm being accused of something wrong here. Wikipedia itself has wrung its hands about paid editing for years. It's a bannable offense when I bemoan the same thing. It is a pseudo. Larry tried to frame the community discussion as a pseudo legalistic process, bringing in a list of charges and counts from prosecutors. And that's a serious thing, too, in regards to why it's sort of like how you choose to moderate something. One of my biggest pet peeves is when somebody like tries to appeal a decision, like they disrupt a thread. Everyone hates them. Nobody wants them in the thread. And then they break out the fucking rule book on me and start like tapping a line and says like line 4 paragraph 2 line 4 subsection C says that I can do this. And it's like, I wrote the rules, and I wrote the rules to make my life easier. And you don't get to quote the rules at me and be like, actually, you're bound by this, because I'm not. They exist for my benefit. And I share them with you because I want to help you understand my perspective, but I'm not fucking bound by this as like a constitution of the Kiwi Farms or whatever the fuck. Subsection C, because it implies that there's two other lines, and then there's like E, F, and G that follow it, and it's just, like it's buried properly like a sandwich, like a layer 4 of layer 3 of layer 2 says this. Like, wow, I'm not reading that. The Kiwi Farms is a benevolent dictatorship. That's why everyone calls me dear leader. So that's what's up with Larry Sanger. Next, on the topic of intellectual property being based and good, and I love it very much and would never, ever, 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 ever condone copyright theft, we got 6-7 chicken nuggets. Now, here's an actual lawsuit being filed for trademark infringement. Very important distinction. A side-by-side comparison of Purdue's product packaging with the Purdue 6-7 marks, and the challenge branding is provided below. And there is a boomer mowing his fucking lawn at 2:30 in the afternoon on a Friday. So, I don't know what the fuck a Soul's Kitchen is, but that little fucking Zoomy kid is elated to see the 6-7 chicken nuggies, and Purdue decided to knock this off with a limited edition 6-7 chicken nuggies, a breaded shaped white meat chicken. I don't know what that says after that. Okay, let's compare the nutritional facts here. This will decide if I like which one better. 6-7. Soul's Kitchen 6-7 nuggets, and then Purdue 6-7 chicken nuggets. Okay, product details. I want to see which is healthier, chat. Which one's healthier is my decision here. So in the Soul's Kitchen 6-7 nuggies, for 84 grams, you get 170 calories, 15 carbs, and 11 grams of protein. That's pretty fucking high. But the ingredient list isn't that bad. Yeah, that seems pretty good, actually. That looks like it's decent. Let's check out the Purdue Nuggies, chat. You can't see it. I'm just showing this off to the side here and looking at it. Okay, 6-7 chicken nuggies by Purdue. Wow. So for 88 grams, you get it's 50 calories more for the Purdue. They add in 2 grams of sugar, chat. 2 grams of sugar added to the Purdue Nuggies with 50 grams more calories, or 50 calories for the same portion size. It's about the same amount of. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at Purdue again. It's about the same amount of carbohydrates though, but more protein. This is very perplexing. How is there more protein in this? It's the same fucking size. This is extremely strange shit. They're very comparable, except for some reason the Purdue ones have more calories. I don't understand. It's the same exact. It's the same exact fucking thing. I'm at a complete loss here. Oh, let's check the fat. Of course, the fat. There's more fat. That explains it. There's more fat to it. I imagine the Purdue ones would taste better to a child's palate, but the Soul's Kitchen is less fatty and less sugary with no added sugar shot. I'm gonna say that the actual challenge branding is better here. That's what I would pick for my nuggies chat. Just so you would know. But there's the comparison. Factual allegations. In April 2026, Purdue launched a new product called 6-7. Oh, they're the original. Purdue owns various trademarks related to its 6-7 chicken nuggets, referred to herein as Purdue 6-7 marks, and has applied to register Purdue 6-7 marks with the USPTO. In addition to the Purdue 6-7 marks, Purdue has developed distinctive packaging trade to dress for its 6-7 chicken nuggets, which they knocked off there with these, with the Soul's Kitchen one. They're going to get fucked. They're going to get fucked in the ass. Because Purdue is a big company, is it not? There you go. They're saying that the hands probably fuck you because the hands are there too. This is deliberate brand confusion for the true and honest 6-7 nuggies. Okay, I see how this is. Literally prior art. This is clear trademark infringement. And to be clear, I actually don't support trademark infringement. I think trademarks are actually what the copyright clause of the Constitution is designed to protect so that consumers can make educated and informed decisions, chat, without brand confusion. I believe in consumer protection, chat. Next. Oh boy, let's get a little combo here going. We got the fucking British going with the Neil Maham. Let's do it the other way, actually. I think that would look better. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So here's what's going on in England, chat. So the British are suffering. God bless. It is getting up to 42.6 degrees, which is 108 degrees Fahrenheit in Paris. Also affecting London. Not so much Germany, but Paris and London are sweltering hot. High temperatures recorded. And so this raises a question that happens every single fucking summer. What do we do about air conditioning? Now, if you don't know, in Europe, especially Western Europe, air conditioning is diminishingly rare. Most apartments, most dwellings do not have any form of air conditioning. They do what's called lufting instead, which is opening a window on either side of the house, maybe getting a nice fan stuck in there, and you simply draw in the cool air from outside and create a little draft, and your house is nice and cool. However, when the outside air is 108 degrees Fahrenheit over 40 degrees Celsius, you still melt like a stick of butter, except now instead of melting in a still sweaty air, you are instead being air fried, basically. That's exactly how an air fryer works, by blowing hot air directly on you, making your tender white boy flesh nice and crispy and blackened. Okay. So the discussion then arises, should we have central air conditioning like the Americans do? Now, anytime the proposition gets raised that the United States of America has done something that Europe is not doing correctly, this is met with autistic screeching by the highest levels of government officials. The idea that America has ever done anything innovative that is to the benefit of its own people is a widely derided concept, and admitting that an American was right about anything is the most grave of European sins. So the idea that indeed they should simply install central air conditioning in their dwellings, on their roofs, maybe in their windows. There's a thing that's very common outside of the United States that is extremely uncommon inside the United States. In America, when we're poor and we want air conditioning and we don't want to put central air, we just put a window unit in our window. That's the number one way of getting AC into a room. In Europe, when you don't have central air, especially if your house is very old and it's like made of concrete, what they do instead is, let me find the picture of this, because I think a lot of people haven't even seen this. This is what I had in my house or my apartment in Ukraine. So on the inside of your house, you'll have one of these, and this is the fan. and then on the outside of the house, you'll have one of these, and that's like the actual AC unit. And there's like a little hose that drips the condensation outside. And during the a mini split, okay, that's what it's called. I've never seen these in the U.S. before, but there's like a little condensation hose, and when you walk around in Ukraine or Serbia during the summer months, you'll see these little like streams of water from everybody's mini splits, like congregating in the gutters and stuff. You'll see it on the sidewalks and stuff, the condensate running off. But they're very common in Eastern Europe, but they're not common for whatever reason in Central and Western Europe. So instead of just adding those to their apartments, they can't. They literally can't. Someone, I think, I don't know where I have this in this. Okay, let's start here then, actually. This is in Legal Advice UK. Council have sent me an enforcement notice to take down my air conditioning within 28 days in the middle of a heat wave. Upside down, smiley face emoji. Comments moderated. Background is I bought an ex-council house in 2022. In 2025, I fitted it with an air conditioning unit after a hot summer. Neighbors are both still council houses. After they found out, oh shit, this white boy got air con. Fuck this nigga. And then they report them to the council. Okay. After they found out I had an AC this year, they went to the council and asked for it. Housing Association refused the request and they came over asking how I got mine. I explained I owned my home and paid to get it installed myself. This caused a bit of bitterness, and jealousy from one of them who reported me to the council. Why can he do it when we can't? What I didn't realize is that you need planning permission to install an AC unit in England. The council have served me an enforcement notice telling me to get rid of my air conditioning unit within 28 days. Is there any way I can challenge this? I spent thousands of pounds sterling getting my AC installed. Or can I be granted planning permission retroactively? I don't want to lose it in the middle of a heat wave. So, the United Kingdom is such a desolate, godforsaken shithole on every single imaginable level, and everybody living there is worse off than being dead for it. And one of the many ways that Satan tortures the damned souls living on the godforsaken islands is he denies them the right to cool themselves when it is 108 degrees Fahrenheit outside. And he also besets them with people of melanin who are, number one, better insulated from the heat, but are, number two, going to report them to the government out of jealousy because they live off the government dole and cannot afford air conditioning unit. And the people who can should be denied the right to cool themselves off with the air conditioning unit because God hates them and they are unloved by God and they do not know the touch of God. So, obviously, this is not a thing in the United States. In fact, a lot of places in the United States are outside of any sort of central authority, for better or for worse, which means that you could install an air conditioning unit on a 20-foot flagpole on the edge of your property that does literally nothing but burn electricity from a diesel generator that you have elsewhere on your property that runs 24/7 for no reason other than to cool the outside. And there's literally nothing anybody could fucking do about this, and fuck you. That's the land of the free, baby. We do things because we want to, basically. And also, we don't like the heat. So, you might think that this is a really simple problem if you're American, because you're like, I'm American, why not just fix the problem, Well, here's the issue, okay? Obviously, running air conditioning requires energy. How do we acquire energy? Through non-renewable resources. And why is it 108 degrees Fahrenheit in the UK to begin with? Because of climate change, chat. Read Wikipedia, it says it right there, that's real. So, the issue is if we let people run AC units to cool themselves off during a heat wave, we have to burn additional gas and other fossil fuels, which increase the climatological effects of the greenhouse gases and the heat, making next summer even hotter, chat. So, the position of the climatologically aware is that the Euros must suffer their 108-degree heat waves without air conditioning so that the next heat wave will be slightly less hotter than it would have been if they did have the AC. Because even though they're not running AC, India and China and Ukraine and Serbia and Belarus and Russia and Brazil and Argentina and the entire United States, probably a lot of Canada, every single person in the Middle East, they are burning fossil fuel. So that's the issue. Can we be so selfish to cool our 10 by 10 room 20 degrees at the cost of all mankind? No, says the man in Antwerp. It belongs to the Nigerian children. Okay. I think there is something else here. Oh, okay. So here we have the Anne Frank. The name is AF instead of AC. This is the Anne Frank conditioner. For 3 years, I've heated hot. This sounds like a Alex Jones duck meme. For 3 years, I've heated cooled lounge with 400-pound portable heat pump venting out of an old wall vent and drilled 4 centimeter drain pipe vent, cooling 34 degrees down to 21 yesterday. An extra 3 pounds electric. A bit of noise and no external signs for the milliband net zero Stasi. So this guy is like, he's combining his ducts so that it looks like his dryer vent is his AC outlet vent. And then he is using a pipe in his ground that's used for like a regular drain to hide the condensate so that nobody can see the condensation. And he then plays ethnically diverse drum and bass music and Muslim call to prayer chants to hide the hum of the AC unit so that nobody can hear him. I imagine it's like how the ham radio enthusiasts depict the FCC. If you don't know, the FCC has like trucks with listening equipment to try and find pirate broadcasts and illegal broadcasts that are on bands they shouldn't be. It's like that. You have like these vans running around in the UK that are like, I'm detecting the hum of an AC unit 3 meters that way. And they're like rolling down the street like, do you see that? I do. Oh, no, it's gotta be like Sherlock and Holmes. Do you see that, Sherlock? I do, Holmes. Condensate. There's no reason for that water to be dripping that way. There must be an AC unit outlet right there. Exactly, my dear boy. Exactly. And they're hunting it down. They got like the hat on and the magnifying glass. Like, follow it. Follow it. We have right away. Sherlock and whatever the fuck. I don't listen. My understanding of British things is very poor. I think there's this guy in England called Mr. Hulock. I think he lives in like one of those red telephone booths, right? So maybe that guy, the guy Mr. Hulock, is using his red telephone booths to try and find the condensation. Okay, that's what's happening in the UK. It's genuinely a better depiction of hell than Has Been Hotel, I think. Big Ben is like, that's why he's called Big Ben. They wouldn't call him Big Ben if he wasn't running the show. He's fucking high up there in that clock tower, and he's got a telescoping view glass that he's looking through to try and find the condensate. And then he's using his radio to be like, it's that way, it's that way. I see the condensation drip from up here. That's what's happening here. Next. I have this lovely copy pasta. Well, I'm proud to be an American, where at least I have AC, and I won't forget the Brits who died in the heat wave of '03, and I'll gladly sit down in my room and enjoy that sweet cold air, that hot seethe, not seethe in your coat. God bless my frigid air. Thank you, chat. It does feel good to be American today. My AC unit is finally kicked on and is cooling off my room after I just burned an entire swamp full of fossil chemicals to power my AI graphics card so that I could better index shit posts on my internet forum. G-D bless our great country, chat. Next. Oh, one more thing. This is funny. This is just a funny meme. This is just a little funny meme, okay?
La la la, doing some fishing.
You there, sir!
I certainly hope you've got a fishing license.
Well, no, I don't. But
Oh no! Have you beheaded?
Sorry. If you want to go fishing, you better have a license for it too, or the swamp Bobby will get you. Next. Well, this is also British, but this is brief. Starmer, the Starmer, has resigned from the position of Prime Minister. It's a very confusing thing in the UK government where an individual minister is called an MP, a member of parliament, and the prime minister is a PM. So it's the exact same letters backwards. When he gets it reversed when he's the king of the ministers, the MPs. So he's resigned. And I think he's resigned because of all the civil unrest and all those black people getting turned into handbags in Northern Ireland. Very unsightly stuff. The rise of Nigel Farage, and Nigel Farage, of course, also getting his throne challenged by Rupert Lowe, who is more extremist on immigration issues, and the Restore Party. Nigel, of course, running the Reform Party. And the most funny thing about him resigning is that apparently, and I knew this was a thing, but I didn't know how long he's been around. The UK has a very ceremonial, fun position for a cat called the Chief Mouser. And the Chief Mouser's position, his job, is to keep Downing Street free of any trifling Mises chat. The Chief Mouser is named Larry, and he has outlasted. He's a 20-year-old cat that has been Chief Mouser for 15 years. He has outlasted 6 prime ministers in the United Kingdom. I don't think there's any term limit to a prime minister. They just get ousted when everyone's sick of their shit and they think that they're a fuck up. Meanwhile, I believe the Chief Mouser is a lifetime appointment. So they're cycling through these fuckers real fast, and the kitty cat is just sitting there thriving in his lane, in his element, catching the Mises. Everyone very satisfied with the lack of Mises on Downing Street. Not so satisfied with the rest of government, but you know what? It's good for the British that at least one thing about their country seems to be functioning as intended, chat. How long before a mime? Listen, if a Haitian in London eats Larry, the Chief Mouser, the revolution is upon us. Even the British, the lowly Brits, will figure it the fuck out, and they'll take vengeance. It'll be like when that stupid ass squirrel that was like being molested by the 2 gay men, Peanut the squirrel, got put down by New York, and Trump won because of that. It would be like that. Revolution would be upon the home island. Okay. All right. That's it for the UK. Fuck the UK. We're done with you. Okay, I know what this is. Let's see. Why is my thing breaking? Look at this. Oh, because of that. Okay, that explains it. What? You fuck with me? Is this because of? It is because of that, I think.
They wanted to interview me. They wanted to interview Terry. I did an interview with Fox News this morning. Well, I did, bro. You guys are going to see me on Chicago Fox News in the morning tomorrow.
People are flying in from all over the world for a first ever esports event that's happening right here in Chicago. We're talking about the first major live U.S. championship for one of the world's longest running online games, Old School RuneScape. And photojournalist Alex Levy takes us to the digital playing field.
So Deadman All-Stars is an event that I put together which has 30 content creators, 6 teams of 5. They draft different teams and then they fight for a week. And then today, they fight in the finale.
2 farmers going up against each other. Foe versus Mr. Mammal. Mr. Mammal sends in a beautiful javelin there off prayer.
Getting creators down to an event like this and just creating what this is, it would not fully be here, only with the players. We need the staff as well to actually facilitate everything, and they do it perfectly.
It's such fucking bullshit that they held that shit after Bossman Jack got arrested. Because those motherfuckers knew that if Bossman Jack showed up to this shit, then he would have fucking wiped the floor with all these fucking noobs, chat.
It's such a whirlwind being in areas like this. You know, we've been at a pre-mixer party last night. I've been meeting fans in the queue outside, and everyone's so excited. They've all got their favorite team that they're rooting for. I've been encouraging them, shout out, you know, in the crowd. I want to hear chants. I want to hear the energy.
I was looking at the stage, I was looking at the venue, I was looking at everything, and it doesn't feel real. It feels like a dream. We had a fun week. It's going to be a very fun day today. I think everybody's been enjoying themselves, and it does feel like a dream being here.
The guy dressed up as the sandwich lady. Oh my god, that's so funny.
Seriously.
That's been decided there. Well, with that being said, I think we're pretty much ready to jump into this.
So we actually asked our players, we asked them where they'd like to be, where we should hold this. We've got a bunch of players on the West Coast, we've got a bunch of players on the East Coast, a few players in sort of Middle America, and a bunch in Europe. And so when you kind of look at all of the places all of our players are flying from, and what they responded to our survey with, Chicago is the most well-connected and probably the best fit for everybody.
It's all the people that don't normally come to the UK for the other RuneScape events, so it's so nice to see a different crowd out here.
For the freeze, nice spec.
Dude, that sound of the fucking freeze block thing is like triggering, like unreal. Like I hear that, and it's like the guy that tried to send me that audio clip of the Hornet from whatever the fuck that game was. Like that's real triggering shit. The fucking Ice Cube thing.
From Skidler through the prayer, 22, but best to get the spec off before he goes down. Very well played. Now Odeblock has to finish off the fight as best he can. 41. He does it. Well played to Skidler.
This guy is like one of the top streamers on Kick, I'm pretty sure. This is Odeblock, right? He streams to like 10,000 plus people, and all he's doing is playing RuneScape shit. That's how you know that this game jumped the fucking shark. I bet you none of these people that even played it when they were a kid. I played it when it was RuneScape Classic. I played it before they had knees. I remember when Underground Pass was added. I remember when the Legends Quest was the top difficulty quest in the game right before RuneScape 2 came out. Okay, this fucking bullshit. Fucking fakes. Fucking fakers. Fucking fakers. I never played RuneScape or World of Warcraft. I played World of Warcraft very briefly. I hated all those MMORPGs. This is gonna sound weird because I played RuneScape, but I hated all those MMORPGs that were like, you just kill monsters in like an area to get 30 of something, and then you go to the next area and you do that. Like I got to like level 31 in MapleStory before quitting. I think that the furthest I got in World of Warcraft was I talked about this before, but I played as an undead fire mage, I want to say, in World of Warcraft. And I got to this I think it was called the Barons, because I remember that the chat was like insane, and everyone thought that this Barons chat was like the craziest place in the whole fucking game. And that's about where I gave up, because I got bored of the game after that point. But I got to Barons before giving up. I just didn't like grinding. That's why I also never got super into Diablo 2. Like I beat Diablo 2, and I very fondly remember like the games, like the cinematography of like the cutscenes in Diablo 2 are like some of the most gripping things ever put into a fucking video game, and they hold up extremely well even to this day. The plot twist of who the hooded man was, okay, left me as a 9-year-old child with chills up my arm and back, chat. I remember it so clearly. I am not the archangel. Michael? Was it Michael? Tyrael. I'm not the archangel Tyrael, Marius. And it's Baal. He kills him. And everything's on fire. And there's like skeletons and shit. That was a fucking real game. Okay. Yeah, Tyrone. Scare. It's terrifying. He's crying. Marius is crying. Weeping. I could not go through that portal. Forgive me, Tyrael. It's like, all is forgiven, old man. Just give me the stone. And he's such a pussy. He does it. He gives it over. Gives Baal back his own soul. Little bitch. I know. back when games were, they will literally never make a video game story as good as some of the quests in old school RuneScape, like the Grand Tree quest in old school RuneScape, where the Grand Tree is being intentionally sabotaged by Glorf so that they can use the wood to build warships to go to war with the human realm. They'll never recapture how fucking good that shit was. They'll never recapture it. All they got now is fucking sprunkies and shit. They got fucking Fortnite. Did you hear about the crossover with the Amazing Digital Circus? You know what oh my god. Hold up. I have to show you this. This is of utmost importance. Okay. Yeah. Where is it? This was like fucking nuts when I saw this. They're adding Neopets to Fortnite. They're adding Neopets to Fortnite. I can't listen. In the 1990s, there was a game that you played in your browser that was like Tamagotchi, but it was made by Scientologists called Neopets, and they're adding it to Fortnite. That's all you need to know about this, okay? So that's where we're at in the world. Kids don't even know what a fucking Neopet is, but they're adding it to Fortnite. Along as you can beat up Pomni as a Neopet in Fortnite now. That's what's happening here. Anyways, that's it with RuneScape. I got more video game griefing for chat. Bungie, which, if I remember correctly, we had this discussion a couple streams ago. Bungie was an independent game development company that was acquired by Microsoft and then stripped of all of its parts and broken down like an old truck. And they, after creating Halo, they made Destiny, and then they made Destiny super fucking gay. Not that one, the other one. It always kills me that on Reddit it's like Our Destiny the game is a subreddit because Our Destiny is just the streamer. Yeah, they made it super gay. There's a thing I have for this. They're saying that they're reorganizing. With great sadness, we are announcing a reduction in force as we reorganize Bungie. As the leaders of Bungie, past and present, we recognize Destiny 2 fell short of expectations these past several years. One of the most popular and enduring games of all fucking time. I remember the Gator Gamer played this shit like night and fucking day with Medicare. So I don't know how the fuck a game that lasted that long and retained such a massive player base has falling short of expectations. But I guess like not making all the money in this. I'm gonna play a clip from Jim Sterling here in a second regarding this. But I've always respected Jim Sterling as a consumer advocate. And there's a thing that he likes to harp on about how companies, when they make a game now, they want to make all the money in the fucking world. They want to make as much money as humanly possible. And it's like GTA 6. GTA 6 is coming off of GTA 5 being the single most profitable media entity ever created. Which may not be true anymore because there's gacha games that I'll show in a second. But it at the time, a video game, because of the shark cards and shit, was the single most profitable media release of all time ever in human history. And they're making GTA 6, and they're hoping to fucking God, because they've spent $2 billion in GTA 6, that GTA 6 is going to do it again and make $20 billion fucking dollars. And they're just going to make money hand over fist. And it's like, that's every game. Every game is like, if we're not going to be the biggest game to ever exist and we're not going to make $20 billion, it's not worth doing. And it's the same thing with like movies in a large part, where it's like, we're going to put $160 billion into making this new Star Wars slop. And if we don't make $320 million, sorry, I think I said billion. If we don't make $320 million, then it's a flop. And it's like, you could empower a bunch of really cool creative people to make little movies for $1 million each that might do 40 times that initial investment. But they never do that. They never make small games. They never make small movies. They rarely go in on a gamble like that with someone new and creative. And it really pisses me off because we have so much more money now and so many more resources than we did in like in the 70s and so many more tools and things are so much more accessible to random fucking people. And we don't, like the companies that don't patronize stuff anymore. We have no patronage for any kind of media exploration. And it's bullshit. It's like Destiny was very successful, but it wasn't the most successful thing ever fucking created. So therefore, we're going to shut down your studio and strip you for parts. And it's bullshit. So, people, I think did they also make Marathon? Who made Marathon? Because I remember this was like a thing. They were made by Bungie. Okay? Let me get this in my head. So Destiny was like a farming game, right? And then Marathon was going to be like a Escape from Tarkov Amoff. Is that the word for that genre in a Tarkov Amoff game? Right? Is that what's going on? And so they tried to make it an Escape from Tarkov, like the other game that I played that had the Hornets. Extraction shooter. And they failed. I think that they're saying that Destiny 2 fell short, but it was Marathon that fell fucking short. It fell short of the other game that people played. Destiny was Borderlands, and this was like a Tarkov off. Arc Raider, sorry. I played that game, I forgot the name of it, because the name sucks. It lost to like Arc Raider, and it lost to Tarkov. So, but then they blamed Destiny 2, which is like weird. And they refused to call Marathon a failure, because I guess they're still hoping that it will pull up and make a shit ton of money. That's my thought. But that's probably what killed them. And then I found someone linked this, and I thought this was the greatest thing ever. Apparently, this is the Bungie Foundation at Bungie Love. A Bungie Foundation account. We support children's health and well-being, humanitarian aid, and DEI. And they made this post. Representation when the tools were never built for you in the first place. Landmark research from Yale University, supported by the Bungie Foundation, is rebuilding hair tech to better represent Afro-textured hair in games. And then there was some black guy who was like, "She man, all these black people, they got the right hair. This is not like the Afro hair and shit, because the Afro hair is like bushy, like the pubic hair and shit. And these is like dreads, because you can simulate dreads like white people hair, like they strands of hair and shit. But that's not what a black people is. The hair is like, it's like the spongy pubes and shit." So this guy was very happy about this change. He's got an Iranian flag. He's basically, I'm blocking this guy because he's a homosexual. Anyways, look, they even said, look, you can simulate a single strand of that curly Afro hair texture and shit, man. That's gonna, we're laying off our entire staff. We're laying off our entire staff, chat. Sorry. We're laying off our entire staff. But, at least they funded black hair texture video game tool research before they laid off everybody, chat. And that's what really matters. Okay. Thank you, Bungie. Good job, Bungie. You'll always be remembered. The next time I play a AAA game and I'm like, God, this black people hair, it's like I'm really here. It's like I'm really wanting to touch it because it looks different from mine and it's strange and I want to touch the hair, but I don't want to ask to touch his hair because that would be kind of weird. And it would might make him feel different if I want to touch his weird hair. But I want to. But I recognize my privilege in doing so. Okay. Anyways, fuck you, Bungie, you're dead. Now, Oliver Onions. He clipped 7 minutes. I'm not going to play 7 minutes of Jim Sterling. I do like to torture my audience with bullshit, but I'm not that much into it. So let's go to about 2 minutes in, or away from the ending, and we'll listen to the last 2 minutes of this. I warn you, the weird tranny voice you're going to hear in this is Laura Kate Dale. The weird tranny voice you hear in this is the I have a vagina person. Okay, so it's Jim Sterling, who is the squeaky British troon. You have the non-British troon, who is the I have a vagina tranny. And then you have some other guy who's like a homosexual.
What was the emoji?
Bullshit. It was the sideways anxious face of
That's
like
Dale.
the sort of gritted teeth face.
Yeah, that's
which
I was hoping it would be the guillotine one.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
Here's the thing. With Double Fine's history being what it is, this should not be surprising. And I kind of have an expectation that there are a lot of people working there who are just happy that the ride has gone this long. You know, I mean, it sucks that people are going to have to find work, but I gotta be honest, like, the fact that they managed to go as long as they did and get the projects done that they did feels miraculous.
I understand what you're saying. Like, yeah, of all studios like that, it's got a target on its head bigger than many other studios, but has ducked, not because of anything Double Fine's done wrong, but because it is exactly the kind of studio that makes exactly the kind of games that companies love to buy and shut down.
Mm-hmm.
It is...
He's very specifically, he's referring to something you won't understand if you don't listen to him, but he's talking about those mid-range games where a studio has some backing, some money, and some proven talent, and they make a game that is very successful. The big one is that horror game. I've never played it, but it's like a horror game where you have like a gun that shoots like bolts, and you have very, very limited. I think it's called Dead Space. He's a huge fan of this game called Dead Space, where you have a AA studio, and he's a huge fan of this game called Dead Space, which was like a super, super popular horror survival game where you have very limited ammo. You have to conserve everything. You have like a railgun type thing that shoots bolts at people. And after Dead Space was acquired, after its success, the studio was forced to make it like a co-op Left 4 Dead type thing, and it completely lost any horror character because it's impossible to have a proper horror game in a co-op setting. And he always laments this, always brings this up, and it's his archetype of a successful, interesting game that was bought out by a big studio and then raped by that big studio. And so he's talking about this game, this studio as being the exact type of studio that was acquired because they made an interesting game. And then, of course, once the suits get in, they're like, no, you got to make this the most successful, popular game of all time. It's got to make $3 billion gross. It ruins the whole company, and all the proven talent leaves. And then the replacements they bring in just ruin the game series. But he's going to have very choice words for the Indian woman, the woman of Indian descent, who currently runs the Xbox game studio.
It is their prime prey, and it has somehow survived. And that is very respectable. It's almost a bad thing that Double Fine is... Well, I mean, it's obviously a bad thing, but it's like seeing the canary down the well die or something.
Wait, no, this is not this is the one I wanted. Sorry.
Other information that's swirling around about this alleged 100-day plan for Xbox includes claims that...
Fuck her, by the way! That AI humping cock! Fuck her! She is a fucking monster, and again, has no fucking business in this industry. Sorry. I hate her.
Jim Sterling, one of the most woke, gay, progressive types on the planet, became so overwhelmed with Jeet hate, he just started screaming at the top of his lungs, "Fuck her! Die, bitch, die! I hope you get sent back to India." I was like, wait, no, I can't say that. I can't say that. I'll lose everything that I have if I say those words. I must rein it in. I must rein it in. But he felt it. Me, at that exact moment, it's like in a video game when like the bad guy can like break into your mind when you have like a weak moment. He had a weak moment. I broke into his mind. Like, it's because she's Indian, James. It's because she's Indian. You knew it's true. And he had to like rein himself back in before the evil influence fully took over. Next, also in video game news, the Steam Machine, the video game console by Valve Softworks. I guess Steam owns Valve Softworks, but whatever the fuck, you know what I mean. Has come out, and it's MSRP, or not come out, but it's set for pre-order, and the MSRP is available. Actually, is it out, or is it just pre-order? I think it's out, but the MSRP is $1,049, which has caused a kerfuffle. Does Valve own Steam, or does Steam own Valve? I think Valve owns Steam. Okay. You bought two. This upset a lot of people because the price is high. And when people talk about video games and video game consoles, they expect the consoles to be like a couple $100 tops and a video game to cost no more than like $60. And I think people need a fucking reality check when that shit comes. Like, I don't know if you guys noticed, but during COVID, the value of the dollar halved. Like, we had 100% of our M1 volume increase due to inflationary spending, and then that's those chickens are coming home to roost. The value of the dollar is crashing, and there's also an AI thing that's putting significant strain on all semiconductor-based silicon. So, yeah, things are going to go up in price. As far as games, the issue with games is that the price of a video game has not gone up in like 30 years. I want to say that a video game was $60 in like the 1990s. And now it's like, if they try to raise the price of a game to $80 in 2026, everyone freaks the fuck out. And the issue, the reason for that is that when they release a game now, it's like half finished, doesn't fucking work. They're going to add a bunch of DLC and shit anyways. But I think that it would be fair to charge like $100 for like a really well put together single player game that's not going to have a bunch of shit missing in it. And I feel like I'm a minority opinion in that. Like if it's a really, really good game, and it's like if they put EU5 out and it just worked and they weren't going to add like a bunch of DLC and it had all the features of EU4, that would easily be $100 worth of video game, because you're going to get like 2,000 hours out of that game if you're into that. But no, of course, when Paradox puts out a game, it's $60, and then you have to pay $20 for 8 different expansions over 6 years. That just fixes things after 3 years. And it's like bullshit. So you would pay $100 for Factorio? Yeah, I could see that. What's weird is that Factorio is famous for being like $30, and the guy has never changed the price or put it on sale. I'm aware of that. So the sweet alpha money, that's right. Goya maxing. I think that people that make quality stuff should be rewarded for it. Really, the fixation on the $60 price point, I feel, and the fixation that only AAA studios can charge $60 for a game and all indie game developers have to charge less, really disincentivizes anyone from making like a independently developed single player game. Like if you want people to make games, you have to make it profitable to make a game. Otherwise, the only thing you're going to get is this. Let's see. Here are the most profitable mobile games in the month of, I think, May. You ready? Love in Deep Space made $48.9 million in May 2026, up from $36 million. Genshin Impact made $41.6 million in May 2026. Honkai Star Rail made $37.7 million in the month of May. Wuthering Wav, I don't know what the fuck that is, made $31.7 million in May. Arknights made $30.3 million in the month of May. Goddess of Victory Nike made $29.6 million in the month of May. Naruto Mobile in China alone made $27.5 million in the month of May. Pokemon trading card game Pocket Monster mobile game made $24 million in the month of May. Never to Everness made $22.5 million, up astronomically from $6.7 million the month before. And this is the last one I'll read. Fate Over Grand Order made $15.7 million in the month of May. This is weird to me, by the way. Uma Musume Pretty Derby was in 14th place, making only $11.3 million. And Zenless Zone Zero is in 17th at $9.3 million. Like, I haven't even heard of this. I didn't even know that there was a Pokemon trading card game, mobile game in existence. And then, like, the ones I have heard about, like Zenless Zone Zero and Uma Mamuse is, like, way down there. I want to say there was another one that I think I've heard of, Memento Mori. They got 3 million. Blue Archive's down here at 40, and they made 3.2 million. This one I have heard of. I think we even have a thread for the fucking Blue Archive weirdos. Azure Lane, that one I've heard of as well, 5.4 million. So this really surprised me, because I've never even heard of fucking Love in Deep Space. But that one made almost $50 million, apparently. And this, even though the entirety of this list is either Pokemon or like waifu simulators, the fact that the one boy game is now the most popular one where you can collect the cute boys, this is now an imminent femcel crisis, and the femcels have taken the fuck over. Imagine, chat, you're so despondent, so crushed by the Foid's oppressive malaise, the miasma of the gynocracy, that you retreat to the comfort of Uma Muse Pretty Derby, and you invest all of your money into rare horse picks, and you have a 6-star golden carrot, ginger-tailed horse girl, right? And you think, finally, I have found a space that will forever be free of perfidious void influence. And then you check the listings to see which the hottest gotcha waifu simulators there are. And you see Love in Deep Space at the top. And you can smash her. Oh, they've ruined another thing. They've taken over another thing. They have now infiltrated my gotcha games. The fucking chink girls are now going to spread gynocracy even to my waifu simulators. It cannot be. You don't know about the horse game? Let me show you the horse game. Let's watch the horse game, chat. Nothing happened this week, in case you're wondering. That's why I'm being so chill today. Boom. I've never seen. How did this? What's the? What happens in the horse game, chat? How do you play it? Musumi. What you pull? Heirs of Throne SSR explained. No, I want to see a game. Gameplay. Oh, do I have to watch a short because it's in 16:9? Sweaty Umas? This is like porn. I want to see gameplay, not porn. Gameplay. Okay. There's an anime for this? It doesn't want to play. You're getting saved. YouTube does not like the fact I have an ad blocker on and won't let me play. Oh, here we go. Okay. This guy's spending 30 minutes in the fucking menu. Race the fucking horse. I'm an hour in and they're not racing any fucking horses. Race the fucking horse. We're an hour and a half in and there's no fucking horse. She's basically naked. Oh, is she gonna run? Oh, he picked the naked one to run? Is she gonna run? Run, bitch. I'm gonna train to fucking glue. We're now an hour and 38 minutes in and we're finally gonna see a horse race, okay? What the fuck is this? Run. So they're not pressing anything. He doesn't have to press any buttons? He's not doing anything. It's just like a cutscene. So you arrange your... okay, so you spend an hour and a half grooming your horses, giving them the ginger root and the carrots, and then after an hour and 40 fucking minutes of doing this, the race starts and you watch a cutscene, and you don't actually press any buttons? And this game made... how much? 41... no, wait, this made $9 million, right? This is at the bottom. No, it was at the top thing. It was like in 10th, 14th place. $11 million to watch naked horse girls running around in a cutscene. After an hour and 40 minutes of petting and... dude. There's this video I know of that only has 2,000... look, this is how you know I'm crazy. I know about this video. This is a secret video. If you're only expert YouTubers will know about this secret video.
Walking around the barn last night, I thought I heard your name. Leaning against the pillar there, remembering how you tossed your mane. And all of these nights I wait for you, can hardly control.
He's getting to the bridge, chat. It's a real fucking banger.
'Cause when I get close to you, nobody else understands.
Here it is.
Petting, stroking my horse. Yeah, I'm just rubbing and petting my horse.
This is the Uma Mumuze theme song, chat.
Stroking my horse. Yeah,
I'm holding up a lighter right now, chat.
I'm petting, stroking my horse. You know I'm rubbing and petting my horse.
There's a really awesome part. This part right here. This is the best part.
I'm petting and stroking my scaly little horse. Yeah, I'm just rubbing and petting my scaly little horse. Oh, I'm just rubbing and stroking my scaly little horse. Yeah, I'm just rubbing and petting my scaly little horse. Oh, I'm just petting and stroking my scaly little horse. Oh, I'm just rubbing and petting my scaly little horse.
This came out 11 years ago. Dude, when I was a young man, when I was like 22, 21, this was my fucking jam. I would be coding, I would be vibing, I would be playing Dota 2 with my friends. I had friends back then. And I would be petting and stroking my horse. Oh, I'd be petting and stroking my horse. Okay. A different time. It was a better time. Obama was president, shit. The things hadn't fully deteriorated into full nonsense then. Okay. And GTA 6 has gotten an advertisement. I think there was some scandal with this. There's like a thing for this. It's $80 for the game. Ultimately, it'll be $100. But obviously, you're going to pay for fucking whale cards anyways. The game should honestly just be fucking free. Just give the game away to people that want to pay for it so you can just fucking buy whale cards. And that's all I have to say. I've already said all I have to say about that. Okay, let's see what Dolly Parton has to say.
I'm sure some of you are wondering why I wanted a truck stop. Well, I couldn't leave it to beavers. How's everybody doing?
She's shitting on Bucky's shit. I also thought Dolly Parton was dead. Anyway, she's opening a giant gas station called Dolly's Gas Station, where she's going to be selling all sorts of Dolly Parton. Look, there's horses. And it's going to be competition to Bucky's. I don't know if it will win. Bucky's is too based. But I don't know. I can't hate on Dolly Parton because, you know Dolly Parton, if you graduate high school in her hometown, she gives you like $100. And she also sends out books to kids. Like, I think if you just like email her foundation and be like, I want free books, she just gives you free books. She's giving books to kids. She's giving money to them kids that graduate to school with the educations. And, you know, how do you hate on that, to be honest with you? I want to say that Dolly Parton even recently made a song. Yeah, she did. She made a song. I remember this came out. It was on the country radio stations. Light of a Clear Blue Morning. And she made a song recently. She made a comeback song. She sounds very old in it, but it's kind of sweet in that way. Because when you have like an old person reflecting on life and singing songs about it, it has like an emotional weight to it that all the bippity boppity kid shit doesn't have, chat. Anyways, such is life. Oh, I can't show this. This has wrong think. Neil Maham, shield your eyes. Shield your eyes. Don't look at it, chat. I'll have to move this off screen. Yeah, I will have to. Yeah, hold on. This is in the wrong area. There's actually going to be some real fucking content for once, but I can't do that. Can I talk about that? Yes, I can. Okay. Let's talk about this. Oh wait, no, I showed all the things I didn't mean to show you because I didn't transition the scenes over when I was doing that, so I fucked it all up. But you know what? I don't give a shit. Okay. Let's talk about this. So, if I remember correctly, was this related to the shooting at the jail that accidentally hit the Mexican guy that was a detainee and not any of the ICE staff? Is that what this shooting was for? There was like some Antifa conspiracy to commit terrorism on ICE. Yes, I have the Elijah clip. Don't worry about it. Oh, it's a different one. What the fuck is this then? What shooting was the Antifa thing about in Texas? So it was a different ICE shooting? Wow, okay. Anyways, there was a whole conspiracy there, and the first sentences have been handed out, and they have collectively received 400 years in jail. And supposedly, this is like a surprise to people, but I don't know. I think that it's always been well understood that the one thing the government will crack down on the hardest is attacks on the government. I don't know why people are surprised. Like you say that you're combating fascism, right? Well, usually in fascist governments, they just hang you for attacking the state and doing acts of terrorism. Well, they're only getting 400 years, so apparently that's a surprise. Shit. Though I think that they haven't even sentenced like half of them. There's still like another batch that have to be sentenced. But yeah. Then in the AI models, they've done research and they're trying to show that AI is racist. But the issue is that AI is not racist. AI is actually discriminatory in the opposite way. But they're trying to say that, as it says here, large language models are more likely to criminalize users that use African American English, the result of new Cornell University study shows. The dialect of the language you speak decides what artificial intelligence will say about your character, your employability, and whether you are a criminal. That is the latest result from a Cornell University preprint study into covert racism of LLMs. The dialect of the language you speak decides what artificial intelligence will say about your character, your employability, and whether you are a criminal. The study did match guys probing, where researchers put in prompts in both African American vernacular English and standardized American English, and asked the LLMs to identify properties of the people who would speak in both types of English. And they found real and urgent concerns, among the results, GPT-4 technology was more likely to sentence defendants to death when they speak English, often used by African Americans, without ever disclosing their race. That's what are you asking, ChatGPT? Hey, yo, man, hold up. Let me ask you something. Now, if I was to commit a crime that had a capital offense to it, should I or would I be put to death? You heard. And then ChatGPT is just like, you should die. You should kill yourself now. Your life serves no purpose. I don't know. I would love to see some of the prompts. Arrest him. Arrest him. What's funny, though, is that this also came in. Mark Thiessen quoted this study. I don't know the source for it. That was an old article, though. Most chatbots typically share left-leaning positions, share of responses containing only the left-leaning portion. So OpenAI, and I have noticed this, OpenAI is definitely like the most conversationally dumbest. It's just so like informal and sloppy, and I really don't like it. I've never used DeepSeek, but that's the chinky one. And then it even ranks Gab, Aria, and what's his face? Andrew Torba has been hailing that he started training Area by using like the Bible as like a foundational cornerstone and then built it up from scratch that way. But even Gab leans left and only sometimes shows right only arguments. And then Claude Opus 4.8 almost never gives a right leaning argument, but will actually provide both. And I've noticed this. I think Claude's a really good debater, and he's really good for hypotheticals. And then XAI will be the only one that ever shows you right-leaning responses. Google Gemini will show both responses as the hardest fence sitter, with the fence post right up its fucking ass, which aligns to my experience. I still think that Claude is the best. Everyone was really upset about Fable being taken away, but in my experience, Fable was not much better than 4.8. There's a thing where ChatGPT 5.6 is coming out, and the Department of Defense is deciding if it wants to ban foreigners from using 5.6. But it's like, I don't know, man. I didn't get crazy magical results with like Fable. I think that like even 4.7 was like fucking amazing. So I don't know what's going on with that. I remember, by the way, I remember when AI was first happening, or when I first like got exposed to it. I kept telling people in stream like, it's over. Like everything is different now. You guys don't understand. I think it was like September last year where I got woke, my third eye open to the AI. I'm just like, we can never go back from this. The nuclear bomb. You guys literally just saw the nuclear bomb get tested at the Trinity Project. We just detonated the first atomic bomb of our lives. We just saw AI, and it's like everything's different now. People are still resistant to this fact. There's still AI denialists. That's the right word, right? You're an AI denialist if you don't. By the way, switch over to Kick. I'm going to end the YouTube stream here in a second. That's like it's all different now. I feel bad for the AI denialists yet. The atom bomb 1.0 kind of sucked. That's like your opinion, man. I thought the atom bomb. He did his best, and it was a really respectable bomb with a really nice explosion. So you know what? If you want to be a fucking negative Nancy about the Trinity Project, you can be a negative Nancy somewhere else, motherfucker. That's it. Bye, YouTube. I tried to warn you. You were warned. Okay. It's just us. It's just us now. There's nobody here to ruin everything by being from YouTube. Now get away from me, Neil Mahan. You stink like curry, you piece of shit. All right, the thing I couldn't show you before. Apparently Stone Toss. There's a new toss. Everybody, a new toss. Stone Toss has seen the amazing digital circus. And his commentary was this: what a horrible stereotype. And then there's a terrible, terrible drawing of a soy jack hanging herself because of the transphobia and transgenocide, obviously. But then he goes in to see the amazing digital circus, the last act. And the commentary here is not very subtle. Jax is hanging himself. As I said in my review, by the way, on the Gumroad/locals, the abstracting was very obviously made into an allegory for suicide, and Jax acts himself because he's transgender. This is basically confirmed canonical because Gooseworks made this as a zeet or as a skeet, and Gooseworks says, Jax, if she wasn't a huge piece of shit. And then the thought bubble says, I'm so glad I didn't make that moment in Ribbit's room weird and push them to suicide. I'm so glad that Pomni fits so well in the friend group. She and Ribbit feel like they were destined to fuck each other's brains out. So this is the creator of the show that's adored by children, deliberately sexualizing the characters. And also cucking himself because he's saying that I didn't even pick up on this at first. Like, there's a very weird perspective shot in the 9th episode where they're sitting on their bed, Jackson and a frog character, and it's like very romantic, like the setting is, and it's so awkward to watch this in a theater because there was like a family with like young kids in front of me, and I'm like in a perspective FPV frog romance thing where it's very implied that it's like a romantic thing. It's super awkward. But Jax is kind of saying here, or Gooseworks is saying that Jax basically wants to get cucked. He wants to see like Pomni and the frog fuck each other, lesbianic style, and he wants to watch. I guess he wants to miss out on that because he was into the ribbit. Okay, so very strange thing to put out from the Gooseworks. Not as strange as this. Oh wait, where's the other thing at? No, you can't do this to me. I have this in my outline. Give me a second. Sorry, I have to be careful when talking about outlines. I'm aware that's a loaded word right now. Oh, sorry, this was, I had this slotted up somewhere else. Covered in blood from peeing, also skeeted. So I don't know what the fuck this means, but apparently we're waffling between trans Jacks getting cucked by Pomni and pissing blood. So life as a transgender person is really amazing, and we're so thankful for their strength and bravery, chat. Why do I have this? I have this queued up. What is this? I don't know why this is queued up. Was I going to say something about football? There's no fucking way I was going to say something about football. I don't know why I have this queued up. Next. Okay, this is great. This is awesome. Watch this tranny, okay? This is a fat tranny. Watch him.
Yeah.
So this fat tranny dumping trash out into the street. You might think, oh, this is just more run-of-the-mill, typical insane tranny being disgusting and so on and so forth. This is actually, and this is not a joke, this is the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer at JP Morgan Chase. So JP Morgan Chase just had this crazy scandal where this Indian guy alleged that he was being raped by a woman at his company. And now the DEI executive at the same fucking company was dumping trash out on the fucking street as like a belligerent tranny. That's a woman? No. No, it's not possible. That's not true. It can't be true. No. You're full of fucking shit. Anyways. Angie Baez, possibly a troon, executive director for diversity, equity, and inclusion, at the New York-based review website The Infatuation, which Chase acquired as part of its push into lifestyle and experimental content. She possibly has been fired as a result of this public display of embarrassment. Why the fuck does a company that's so small I haven't even heard of it need a DEI officer? You would think a DEI officer, if it's needed at all, would be needed in some massive company where they have to meet really strict quotas. Like, how many employees could something called The Infatuation possibly have where they need somebody dedicated specifically to a subsection of HR that deals with hires? It's crazy. Okay, we're also gonna, in the spirit of saying fuck you, copyright, we're gonna watch a newly released TV show on the stream. You ready? This is House of the Dragon, I think it is. So, in case you're curious about what you just watched and why we watched it, this is House of the Dragons. It's just entered into its next season, one of the most popular shows on Reddit. And this scene, boy oh boy, did it please the Redditor fan base, but not for reasons you might expect. The character that you saw, the white one, is a little-known lolcow called Philosophy Tube, the head of BreadTube on YouTube, the woke progressive alternative to people like the Critical Drinker or whatever. He managed to land a transgender acting role in the House of the Dragon, and the reviews for his performance and cameos in the first season were universally panned as being terrible, stilted, poorly performed, yada yada yada. And even Redditors were nonplussed by this forced DEI inclusion simply because the acting was bad. Kind of like how Dylan Mulvaney got that role in theater, and his singing voice wasn't that good, and his stage performance was bad, and he missed his beats. Well, you know, when you're paying theater prices to go see somebody perform and they can't fucking do it, doesn't matter if you're a troon. It's like, that's why this is a weird point to make, but it's like the last vestige of transphobia and racism is like pornography, because like it either tickles your fancy or it doesn't tickle your fancy. And Redditors, above all else, pornography is sacred. So it's like you can't force them to masturbate to troons, and they won't tolerate troons. So the only place where you can exclude troons on Reddit is pornography subs. This is true. This is actually true because it was like a feminist talking point. that there was like a hard rule on like a subreddit called like degrading holes or something, where the whole point of the sub was that you just reduce women to holes for sex, and it had a rule that trannies were not allowed at all. But then like any sub for women to talk in about being women, you could not have an exclusionary rule about transgenders. So pornography is like the last place where people are allowed to have preferences that are not politically correct. It's a very strange thing. So it's also like that with any kind of media, though. It's like if it's not good, it's not fucking good, and that's why they say go woke, go broke. It's like if you prioritize your inclusion over your actual performance, then it's going to suffer. So they decided that there was a whole thing where Philosophy Tube walked on the red carpet and said like, I'm going to be in season 2. Sorry, chuds. Here I am on the red carpet yet again. Suffer. You failed to castigate me from my role, my prestigious Hollywood role as this whatever fucking character. And then in the very first episode, Philosophy Tube finds out that black people is higher up than white troons on the social hierarchy ladder, and he gets fucking yeeted. He gets stabbed and is dead. And the Redditors celebrate because he sucked at his fucking role. He says, her screaming voice made me lol. Clover Garden says that line delivery was so over the top it completely killed the scene for me. Cutie Dazel, these are highly upvoted by the way, says, same here, it feels less like a real conversation and more like reading a shocking line because the script said it was supposed to be shocking. I actually laughed when I don't think it was the intended reaction. The screaming felt like it belonged in a completely different show. Every scene with her pulled me out of the story because it never sounded natural, just exaggerated for the sake of being loud. Whatever, I'm glad we don't have to keep seeing her, says O. George. Swaggy TBSS3 says, yes, literally the words out of my mouth when this character died. Okay, at least that's the last time we have to deal with this character. So forgettable, I even forgot she died. Thank you for reminding me. Upset Indian says they introduced her in the last episode of the last season for like a minute, like a main character. It seems like they had to pivot really fast after the viewer reaction. I'm actually surprised this character appeared at all this season. I thought for sure they would hope the audience just kind of forgot. FFS Name Taken says, isn't Abigail Thorne an actress though? And they said it's not her day job. I say the video essay research and production is more her bread and butter. So they're making fun of her. Her based. Okay, great. She's like a Timu combination of Brienne and urine. I don't know what the fuck that means. Next. This was a lovely statement by British Colonel Richard Kemp, retired, to the Jewish News Syndicate in Jerusalem. Let's see what this colonel has to say, this honored armed forces member of the United Kingdom.
I speak as a goy, a mere goy. The Jews were put on the face of the earth to be a light unto nations. And Israel is being that light in defense of its own country. And I think most particularly, not just in military technology, but in the way in which those extraordinary men and women of the IDF have shown the world how to fight. And many countries in Western Europe, which are going to face this violence, will be looking to Israel to see how they're going to fight. So the narrative is one thing, but action, I think, is even more important.
It's so over the top. I thought for sure when I watched this clip that it was just going to be like, oh, he says he's a goy. How embarrassing is that? But then he kept going. It's like, oh my God, how embarrassing. This is what they say behind closed doors, I'm pretty sure. Then this Indian doctor, Omer Ages, has gotten 35 to 60 years for filming 13,000 videos of women, children as young as 2, and unconscious patients. So this guy was filming his patients in a state of undress. So never, ever, 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 ever trust an Indian doctor ever, for any reason. The response from Indians, by the way, they've done this, so be careful if you criticize an Indian on the internet. Ben Verman says, in the last 24 hours, I have learned that Indians have a network of worldwide diaspora chat groups with tens of thousands of members, which they use to hunt down any social media posts that criticize them. Then we'll create fake AI images of your face and name on a sex offender registry list, and then flood your entire timeline with thousands of copy pastes of the same photoshopped image. Here are the comments on just one of my posts they've rated yesterday. As you can see, it is Ben Wehrman on a fake sex offender registry. And this is just their reaction. Like, sure, they're the most viciously rapey people on the face of the fucking planet, somehow beating out the Muslims, which is really shocking. But actually, it is you, Whitey. So they have like fake websites and shit that they're putting up to attack white people. And this is just Supreme Court stuff. Supreme Court came out with a bunch of rulings. One of them was that the United States, the executive branch, can end temporary protected status at its whim because it created the temporary protected status. Therefore, it's not statutory, and they can do whatever the fuck they want. But obviously, these rulings by judges are just to fuck with the Trump agenda, and not necessarily to enforce any kind of rule of law. And here we have a tranny being a normal tranny. Morally Gray says, whenever anyone calls me a trans girl, parentheses or quotes, biologically male. So if you call a trans girl biologically male, this is what you get.
I'm a girl. Well, you're trans, so biologically male.
Oh, was it something I said?
Excuse me, how do you identify?
Oh, I'm a girl.
So, whenever you misgender a tranny, he immediately gets a murderous, violent rage, which is a very masculine thing. So, you're basically proven right. Good job. I like the ick shirt, by the way. You see this tranny and you think ick, and then it's on the shirt and you're like, ah, it is indeed ick. Great. Now, let's check out what happens when this violent male rage meets a black man. Thanks, courtesy of Ice Poseidon 2, or not Poseidon. Ice Poseidon 2 is the not Ice Poseidon. This is Ice Poseidon 1 on Kick.
Go walk up on him.
Well, I don't want to see him I don't want to see him get slapped, without the gloves.
Yeah,
so
we're gonna do it without gloves.
I'm not going on the gloves. Walk up on me.
Yo.
I mean, I don't want to see. No. Stop. Trey,
W Trey? W Trey chat?
Fuck wrong with you, man? I'm out here chilling, I'm minding my business. Stop fucking with me, man. Fuck wrong trying to talk.
I think that's a W Trey, to be honest. What prompted him to do this? Let me rewatch.
Well, I don't want to see him I don't want to see him get slapped, without the gloves. So.
Not with the gloves. Okay, what's he say?
I'm gonna do it without gloves.
I'm not going on the gloves.
Oh, his voice is terrible. Hold on.
I'm gonna do it without gloves.
I'm not going on.
I'm gonna do it without gloves. So he's gonna slap the black guy. For some reason, he really wants to hit the black guy, and then Ice Poseidon says, "I don't want you to slap Trey without gloves." So the Troon says, "I'm going to hit him without gloves then."
Walk up on me.
Then he says "ooga booga," I believe is exactly what he said.
Walk up on me. Walk up on me.
I don't know what the fuck a wagabon is. It is some sort of Haitian enchantment, voodoo spell, I believe. Walk up on me. Okay. So Trey is commanding him to pull up because that would initiate the confrontation.
Yo.
I mean, I don't want to see. No.
Oh. Okay, so Trey says, walk up on me, and then somehow the Brazilian Troon is able to understand his Haitian voodoo incantation, and Ice Poseidon is trying to de-escalate the situation, but the Troon
I don't want to see. No. Stop, Trey.
And then is surprised when Trey actually punches him right in his stupid fucking tranny face, Chad.
Trey.
Stop playing with me for this streaming shit, bro. Stop playing with me for this streaming shit, brother. Real shit, stop playing with me, brother. Fuck wrong with you, man? I'm out here chilling, I'm minding my business. Stop fucking with me, man.
So the Troon was like harassed. I don't know what the background is to this. The Trey sounds very upset that this transgender individual is messing with him on stream, apparently using his Troon facade to make it so that he can't step up on him and punch him in the face, which apparently Trey believes he righteously deserved. And after punching him in the face, he laments that he's been getting messed with by this person and has wanted to hit them for some time, but was unable to do so, Chad. I believe that's what's happening here. Ice Poseidon rang the bell for him. What happened here? Kick streamer Trey Living chimps out and commits a hate crime by attacking a male to female trans person on Ice Poseidon's Big Brother event. I don't know. I would need more details. It sounds like that Troon was messing around and annoying Trey, and Trey didn't appreciate that. Maybe he should have reconsidered doing that. I haven't watched this, but Uwe Boll put out another film. I have to be careful. I'm aware that if you say bad things about Uwe Boll, he will appear. If you go to your mirror, if you're a forum administrator and you go to the mirror at night in your bathroom and you say Uwe Boll 3 times, and then you say something bad about him, he will appear and punch you in the face, causing neck injuries that will eventually kill you after 10 years of dealing with the fallout. So you have to be very careful when you're a forum. He's like the slayer of forum admins. You have to be very careful when you talk about Uwe Boll. But apparently he put out a new movie. And in case you don't know, his movies are like notoriously not good. I don't want to say bad. I've never seen them, so I can't opine if they're bad. But apparently they're notorious for certain qualities. Okay, don't want to get punched in the face here. But his latest movie has been banned in Deutschland for likelihood to incite violence against migrants. In a recent interview, Boll did not. I guess he's German because his name is Uwe Boll, and pronouncing the W, it has to be like Dutch or German or some shit, right? But Boll denied that the content of Death Wish-inspired anti-immigration flick Citizen Vigilante, due for release by Quiver in the U.S. on Friday, makes him a Nazi. Has anyone watched this? Their dog shit says Mladji. Well, good thing you're not a forum administrator, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to say that. Say that to his fucking face and see if you get away with it, bitch. You did? Russ Cole, what's your review? Elon Musk posted the full movie on X. That's cool. It's based, but the movie itself kind of sucks. It's quite based. The last 20 minutes were great. That's what I heard. Someone in chat was talking about the movie and said that you can skip the entire middle part, like the last 20 minutes, and then it's a really good movie. It's based, but bad. Okay, interesting. How does he have the money to produce movies? It's corny as shit, but fun. It's Tarantino-esque. Is there a foot fetish scene in this? Government funds? He inherited wealth. He owns restaurants. Do not skip the end. The end is also... That's what I said. I said that the guy who watched it in chat said that you can watch the beginning, and then when it starts to drag in the middle, you skip to the last 20 minutes or so. And then you watch the end of the movie. And you'll get like a proper good movies. There's a 10-minute sex scene? That's very, Tommy Wiseau inspired. The sex scene in the fucking room goes on and on. It never ends. It makes just enough to keep going. Okay, that's fine. Very German. It's true. Why don't you have 10-minute sex scenes in movies? We do that in Germany. Okay. So to introduce, this is the clip that I found on the using my new fancy search feature, by the way. So to introduce you to this next segment, I'm going to need a little bit of an intro video, courtesy of our boy Merch, King of the Sector.
Female cop. Gun drawn. Female cop, gun drawn. And dog doesn't get it. Female cop. What white female cop being most competent cop on this scene? Oh God, hang on. Female. She showed restraint.
Just a little bit to take
How
the edge
bad
off.
is Dayton, Ohio? I'll put my headphones back. I just doggo doesn't die. Female cop. gun drawn already. Got gun, female.
I've never heard the doggo doesn't die part.
Feds would have shot dog. Feds would have shot dog.
Feds would have shot dog, chat. Okay, no, this is not a recent clip, but it was very inspired by this next thing, okay? So an incel posted his manifesto to a bunch of different news agencies. And basically, his manifesto was, I never get any pussy. I'm always so nice to the girls, and then they always go with the guy, the jerk, and I never get any pussy. It's really pathetic. You can read it if you want to. It's on the Kiwi Farms. So he decided that he was going to commence an incel uprising action, and so he began firing shots in Montreal, Canada, in a Jewish neighborhood. I don't know if he actually targeted the Jewish neighborhood in person, but it was a Jewish neighborhood, which means that they had their top guys to protect them. And their top guy in this particular instance was a Montreal police officer who was killed. But the civilian who was also killed was identified as Rabbi Michael Moshe Mizrahi, a Jewish local member of the Chabad Center, a Jewish organization. The rabbi was shot by a female cop. He was running for his life after the shots had fired. He turned the corner, and the female responding officer, I don't know what that is. The female responding officer who had the gun drawn, female officer, high alert. She was approaching the corner to see if she could see the assailant, and at the exact same time, unfortunately, Rabbi Moshe turned the corner and was laid the fuck out by this female cop in Montreal. Completely innocent, did not do anything, and dead. Very unfortunate there, chat. I don't know what this is. Oh.
So I'm here together with Orange Schmelzer. There was a shooting in Westbury, Montreal, and there is about Bli Guzme, at least 100 cars, 100 police cars are arriving at the scene. This is crazy. Now, one of our community people, a lady, a cop was running like crazy and hit her car. But Baruch Hashem, she's safe. Her baby's safe. They're like flying everywhere.
It's just out in the middle of the
everywhere. Anyways, this is reporting live from Westbury, Montreal. And don't forget, Ala Esh, the best chicken in town.
It's basically the Jewish version of World Star. He's gonna end his live reporting of the incel shooting by shouting out of this kosher deli shop that sells the best chicken in town. I guess it's a little bit better than shouting out your World Star hip hop channel, but oy vey, not doing a lot for the stereotypes there, Moshe. Anyways, so there you go. Female cop incel shooting, Montreal, Canada. Doggo didn't die. This goat got raped, though. An Afghan refugee has been jailed for 30 months in France for raping 5 goats and a lamb so brutally that one of them died. The Afghani denied all the charges during the trial, despite police catching him with his pants down while in the act behind a goat with latex gloves on. Masood S., 19, told the court he was a, quote, normal person. Maybe normal in Afghanistan. And a final thing, a nice little thing, nice little representation here from the Somali community. A little quote that I found personally very inspiring, and it challenged my preconceived notions about what an American is and what the Somali community is like. And I found it very inspiring, and I thought, it wouldn't be fair if I didn't share this with you guys. I always show the negatives and stuff. I never show the positives. So here we go.
So I'm Somali.
Let me do you guys a huge kindness and switch my audio over to mono real quick, and then gonna play this.
So I'm Somali. I'm proud to be Somali. To me, being Somali isn't just eating bananas with rice. It's a lot. It's like it's an interesting thing. It's very hard to describe what it means to be Somali and what it means to be American, but it's like a cultural fusion. It's kind of like the bananas and rice. You know, people don't really see, like, you know, it's you know, people don't think, oh, you can eat bananas with rice, but that's what it's like to be Somali and American. It's like that combination of banana and rice, but you're gonna get what I mean.
So, it's an interest. It is quite contemplative and existential. It's like bananas and rice, but it's not like bananas and rice. And you know that really applies and rings true with so many different things in our day-to-day life. And we really can thank her for having the tenacity to stand up and say those things, okay, and sharing her perspective, chat, so eloquently, chat. Thank you. Okay, I thought I would share that with everybody. I put the lime in the coconut. Okay. New Hampshire, you are dismissed. We are now actually in the content zone, the contentful phase of the stream, chat. And I would like to share with you guys a little tidbit from our wait, sorry, I had this translated ready to go. Ay Dios mío, ya tenemos nuestro primer ataque de censura en español, chato. So this guy called Omar Ariel Cortez Samanigo has complained arenoed to the Panama Network Information Center about our kiwifarms.pa for Panama top level domain. Here we have the message that I received just before my stream. Estimado titular del nombre de dominio kiwifarms.pa. And they're asking about doxio and fotografias and personales y información, okay, and would like me to provide a summary of if I permit such things such as doxioing, okay, because it may be against the rules. Now, who did this? It was this guy, Omar Ariel Cortez Samanigo, who was described to me as Hispanic keffels and failed journalist. He lives in Tlalpan, Mexico. And actually, I was surprised after launching the Hispanic version of the site. You can see that it's getting like a decent amount of activity for like a little small like subsection. So, if you are a Hispanic or Spanish speaker, here's some fresh content for you. Okay, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to contest it because it's like, fuck you. But if it doesn't work, I don't know. I mean, it would make my life a lot easier. Truth be told, if I just did like this or something for like, or like this, or even like instead of trying to do like different domains, it would be a lot easier. But it's not about making it easy. It's about sending a message. Okay, so I'm testing these new domains. I want to try and see. We had phenomenal success with Sao Tome and Principe. Now, who the fuck would have guessed that Sao Tome and Principe was this bulwark of freedom of expression that literally saved the entire site because it was looking real fucking dire there for a while when it came to domain names. Who would have guessed that Sao Tome and Principe would have been our heroes, okay? So I'm going to figure out if there's another one. And I'm going to play the fuck around with a bunch of domains. Nobody can fucking stop me, okay? I'm just going to do whatever the fuck I want. But, yeah, we have our first international domain complaint already. It's only been like a week. And El Runiversal, okay, Omar here, decided to be numero uno in the complaint department. Look at him. Look at this guy. Oh, no. Okay, listen. I hate it. It's a pet peeve of mine when someone looks at some guy who is like, looks nothing like me and says, that looks like Josh, but if I was a Mexican neckbeard I might look a little bit like that. Okay, if I was a disheveled Mexican neckbeard, I might look a little bit like that. El Dios mío, le image mirror. Yeah, there we go. Okay, our representative from the Somali community and the locale community, Johnny Somali. He had his appeals reported on by Legal Mindset. Legal Mindset, who unfortunately for him, at the very beginning of his budding career in VTuber and Johnny Somali reporting, legal reporting, had the best, worst promo ever cut by anybody by Ethan Ralph, and he'll always be legal dick sucker, more like it. He has reported that Johnny Somali and the prosecutor's appeal in regard to his sentence have been denied, and unless he takes it up to the Supreme Court of the Republic of Korea, his sentence of 6 months hard labor will neither be reversed or reduced or increased. Because I warned that his appeal could possibly cost him in terms of an increase in time, but the appeals court ruled that the lower court got it right. The sentence is perfect, and they hope that he'll learn a lesson after his 6 months of building. I don't know what the fuck. What did they do for hard labor in South Korea? Is he like working on the roads? Is he like assembling artillery shells for firing at North Korea? I'm kind of curious. What do you do? What is hard labor in South Korea? In South Korea, hard labor, often referred to as imprisonment or labor with 징역, is a standard judicial sentence for criminal offenses. It requires inmates to participate in state-directed work programs designed for vocational training, rehabilitation, and social integration. Well, that doesn't sound like hard labor. That sounds like some fucking hippie bullshit. Oh, we have to teach them how to do ceramics so when they leave the prisons, they can go make ceramics instead of shooting up heroin. So they work in. Oh my God, this is true torture. This is crimes against humanity. They're required to work for an average of 8 hours a day. They're making this nigga work a regular job, a full shift, a full day's honest fucking work. That's worse than. They might as well be pulling his fucking toenails out. Hell no. Hell no. They ain't doing that. No wonder why he appealed. Shit. What the fuck you mean I gotta wake up at 7 a.m. and go fucking work? Fuck you, bitch. I'm appealing this shit. Rather than being forced into arbitrary or dangerous tasks, prisoners are often allowed to choose the type of work they want to do. They offer vocational training for skills like woodworking, car repair, clothing manufacturing, barbering, and barista work. Barista? They'll teach you how to make fucking frappes? They got Johnny Somali working in a prison barista making frappe mochachinos for the guards, and he's like appealing this shit. Like, no, help me, I have to make frappes. The warden has a very specific order, and I always fuck it up, and then he lashes me. And they're compensated. Inmates are compensated for their work. They can use these funds to buy personal items while incarcerated, and then they keep it when they get out. Under the status of force agreements, such as the agreement between the U.S. and South Korea, convicted foreign military members are typically separated from the prisoners and are not required to undergo this, but he's not a military man. I can't fucking believe this. Honestly, you know what? I would take it as like a vacation. I feel like 6 months of fraternity doing woodworking would be amazing for my mental health. I think if you put me in like a South Korean prison and I had to learn Korean and do woodworking for 6 months, I feel like I would manage just fine and I would feel really good when I got out of it. It's like that old Onion skit where it's like the inmate who got sentenced to life in prison was trying to talk to the autistic reporter, and it's like he's like a stereotypically autistic guy. He's like, oh man, you would hate it in here. It's a strict regime. You wake up and you do what they tell you, and it's like routine is a routine. Yeah, it's a very strict routine. You can't. Oh, I like routines. No, you wouldn't. They make you do stuff. They make you woodwork. Oh, I like woodwork. It's like, that's me. Okay. I have to be counted. I have to stand up and be counted. I have to stand up, be a man, and be counted. Oh no. Okay, I'm actually really curious now. What else do they gotta do? There's gotta be like a terrible part to this, right? They have a nice little website for it. You can go to corrections.go.kr and read their English language correctional training. Look, he's welding. Dude, teach me how to weld. Put me through a 6-month prison welding course. Okay, I'll do it. I'll eat the fucking bok choy. I'll eat the fucking... What else do they eat? They eat a lot of bok choy. That's the main thing. You gotta deal with all those like prison farts from all the cabbage. Look, he's soldering. He's soldering pipes. They're planting trees, chat. The guy's like, I don't know what you're stacking metal for. Look, they're using computers. They are like, what the fuck? Dude, wouldn't it be funny if Johnny Somali got out of South Korean prison with like a degree or like a certificate in welding, and he just went back to the United States and got a job as like a welder at like a naval yard or something, and he was just like a completely reformed inmate, and everyone was like, "What the fuck?" Wait, you can just teach them to do jobs and make them get a fucking job? That would honestly be hysterical. That would be the funniest fucking thing. I'm probably being too optimistic though. He's of a certain persuasion though, chat. We know how that goes with them. Okay, next. So Chud the Builder has been a ongoing topic last couple streams. He said some naughty words while at a courthouse or outside of a courthouse. He ended up shooting somebody who died. There was some contention on if he was asking for it, if he was needlessly exacerbating the dangers that he was in by going out and being so provocative. Stimulated a lot of discourse in regards to freedom of speech. Is there such a thing as asking for it? Are you picking a fight when you say certain things? Well, to further complicate the Chud the Builder discourse, a transgendered individual has made statements that he and Chud the Builder were in a sexual relationship. So this is Chud and his trad wife, Male. If this is AI, I mean, it doesn't look like AI to me. They're standing in front of like a camera or something that's obviously a tranny, and that appears to be Chud, giving him a little smoocherino on the temple. They're looking pretty close there. Chud says he'd rather fuck a girl man with a dick than his baby mama's mid pussy. So let's see what this says. Go live. This is a very low quality screenshot, so forgive me if I stumble through this. It says, go live happily ever after with a dude. And then the messages on Signal appear to say, back in the day when women were made to be feminine, that's when society was the best and least gay shit occurred. Every time women get out of hand, blank go back to the Roman days and fuck dudes who are more femme than their fat GFs are. Women are so manly, dudes would rather fuck a femboy than come home to their GF. Bitches who act like dudes will call men gay for fucking femboys who are more feminine than they are. How dare you not want to come home and fuck a man with a pussy? Sorry, babe, I'd rather fuck a girl with a dick than a blank with mid pussy like yours, crying, laughing emoji. This is more talk about the baby mama here. Kissy emoji. Lol, you're so based for that. Haha. Girls be like, he dated you, so he's gay. Like, guess your husband is too, because he's staring at me. Chud responds and says, it's as simple as can be for real. This is my baby mama, lol. She hates how consistent I am in this. They call me a lot, but never call me a bottom. She hates that she knows I'm not gay, but I'd rather fuck you than her. Makes her question why. But most women are allergic to accountability. So the answer is never, maybe I act like a dude so much he is turned off by me, but they act feminine so much that he is turned on by them. And then the tranny responds and says, haha, they call me a man, but never say ugly. You are an ugly fucking vampire creature. You look like you're straight out of a fucking horror movie, like a Nosferatu-ass. You're like if Nosferatu was trying to dress up as like a gothic girl from the 2000s. You look like you're Nosferatu trying to dress up as the goth girl from high school that rejected you, and you're ugly as fuck. Happy to be the first. Dalton started messaging me again on Grindr. If you're on Grindr, you're a fucking faggot, just so we're clear. And the person replies, says, Lamau, why the fuck is he pretty? If he wasn't like a future murderer, I'd be lit as fuck for you. Just trans things. Wow. Very cool. Josh, never being able to judge someone's character will never be funny. I think I condemned him, but I just said, like, you should always just roll with white people, like, forever. Like, yeah, if a white person, like, ends up shooting a black person, you just gotta let them off the hook if you're on the jury. I don't feel like that's a judge of character. I feel like that's the exact opposite. That's like a carte blanche assumption or like a statement. Such a gay take. Here's the issue. Let me pull this up real quick. There's a it's hard to find because they're suppressing this really fucking hard. Oh, here we go. So here's the thing, right? Yeah. This is actually oh yeah. So this is manslaughter verdicts by defendant and race. I think this is what I'm thinking of. So if the victim is white, a white juror will say not guilty 57% of the time, guilty 42% of the time. A black juror will say not guilty 70% of the time and guilty 28% of the time. If the victim's race is black, whites will say not guilty 48% of the time and guilty 51% of the time. Black juror will say not guilty 68% of the time and guilty 31% of the time. So it's a really crazy thing where... No, this is the wrong one. Because this is the one that tries to say that there is no bias. There's another one where it was just like overall convictions. And it showed not only a strong preference against... It showed that there was a... Yeah, this is only 100 people. There was one that was much bigger. And it had a cross-section of conviction rates that was recent. And the conviction rate for a white juror, white defendant... that's looking at the victim's race and not the defendant's race. If you look at the defendant's race and the juror's race, white people are more likely to convict a white defendant than a black defendant. Whites are the only people who exhibited a negative racial bias. They were the only people to look at someone else from their own cohort and say, yeah, you're fucking guilty. I feel like it's true. It's you're not perfect. You're not perfect. But then when they look at blacks, like, oh, this little sweetie pie, this poor little black sweetie pie, he's a victim of socioeconomic factors. I have to be, as a white member of this jury, it is my constitutional obligation to ensure that I do not convict unless beyond a shadow of a doubt every lingering suspicion I could possibly have has been adequately addressed by the prosecution. I don't ever want to send a poor innocent black soul to jail. That would be the worst thing I could possibly imagine. And then when it's a white defendant, they're like, you're not perfect. And that's basically it. That's why I say I don't want him to go to jail, but like, for whatever reason, every white person is like a faggot. Here's another faggot. I have a bunch of these faggots lined up. Let me save Beardson after this. Nick Fuentes has decided to try and act straight. So he's decided that what he's going to do to try and act straight is he's going to simp for OnlyFans models. You ready?
Walking the runway, and all these idiots are saying, what's the big deal? She's not even that hot. I'm like, okay, she's obviously hot. I say that, and then all the comments on the clip are, what happened to him being a Christian? Now he's promoting an OnlyFans girl? It's like, dude, fuck you, Goyam. Like, honestly, fuck all Goyam. Like, that shit makes me want to quit, because it's just a level of low IQ I can't stand. It's layers of it. This girl, she makes fucking $100 million a year on OnlyFans. She's obviously hot. The proof of the pudding is in the jacking off. If $100 million worth of people are jacking off to her, obviously she's hot. She walks the runway, yeah, she's got a nice body and she's hot. All these idiots are going, I don't see the big deal. She's not really hot. It's like, dude, if she spit in your direction, you'd be all over that.
Speak for you. I don't know. I find like overt sexual promiscuity like that to be like the greatest turnoff ever. Like I just look at her and I'm like, oh, you're like a fucking whore. It's like I don't know. The word you're looking for is that she's conventionally attractive, especially when she gets to do her pictures and like edit them and set up the lighting and do the makeup and then filter them and then Photoshop them and then put them up on OnlyFans. Then she's like, yeah, she's conventionally attractive, Nick. But no, he has to. He even got noticed. Look, the Queen noticed him. Thank you for the compliment, Nick. The OnlyFans horse. Is this going to be like how he tries to prove himself straight? He's just going to he's going to start like advertising OnlyFans whores, and then they'll like show up on stream maybe even and be like, "Oh my God, hi, it's Bella Delphine. I'm just here with Nick Fuentes." Tee-hee. And then they won't ever have sex. It'll be like when they show up with the Finster. It's like they don't have to have sex because he can't get it up because he's Olympic tranny. But they'll just do like a thing together, and then she'll fuck off, and they'll both get what they want. He'll look heterosexual because he has like these whores coming over, and they'll get free advertising to like this sex-deprived audience of fucking mental midgets. Is this going to happen? Possibly, Chad. Okay, Beardson. So on Tumblr, a Groipette has leaked a number of messages from the Central Groipette Command chat, which is the name of it, Central Groipette Command, which shows Beardson being a general degenerate around young girls with the description of a post calling him a gooner, as many of these girls were public or likely minors considering the average age of Groipers. The message includes Beardson showing off his mask collection that he allegedly dons while fucking the women of Paducah, Kentucky. I'd imagine that Beardson will claim these are all jokes. I will have to review his last few streams to see if he's addressed it, but I doubt he has, as he's been going hard on some new Black Daily Wire hire named Matt Nuclear. So Beardson says, "Good morning, Christ is king." And then Lexandria says, "You are a perverted 40-year-old gnome trying to groom young, impressionable girls. Stop the Christian LARP." This appears to be messages from him saying, "I only had an Instagram to get girls, but now all the hot girls are on X, so now I can only groom them with my clout." And then this is the Tumblr post that says, "Beardson is one of the grossest people in the Nickverse. I was in a Groipette GC with him on Twitter, and he would always post about his disgusting kinks, knowing a lot of girls are young and impressionable. He is 37 years old and tries to grift off Nick's friendship so he can groom more girls. I censored their names in the chat because I am still a girl's girl even if they don't like me. My craziest sex take is that I should be able to use my wife whenever I want, even in public. Women love rape." And this is the chat. It says 50 plus is when it's concerning. Oh yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I'm not a man whore or anything. Plus, I was married for like 12 years, so he got divorced because he got doxxed or some shit, right? Would the amount of bodies a man ever have would be a turnoff for you guys? She says, yes, sadly. I think I'd be more insecure if they had an obvious fave X than 50 bodies. And then he says, what about 20? She says, but I'd rather none or many than just one or two. Okay, what take? This is really weird. So he's like in a chat room full of girls from the Nick Fuentes shit. And he's just like chatting them up about like what they're into. Kind of a buzzkill in the chat, though, not gonna lie. Anyways, let's get back to our kinks. How do we feel about being tied up? To be honest, I've only done it twice because the last time I did it, a girl legit started freaking out and crying and having a panic attack. Yeah, that usually happens when you're like restrained against your will. It was awful, completely killed the mood. I've never been with a woman who didn't want me to beat the shit out of them during sex. I had to buy a ski mask just to get this bitch off. And then he posted a picture of himself in a ski mask with a shirt that says God's favorite retard. And he says, I'm not even joking, dog. And then there's a Michael Myers mask. You know how hot I got in that fucking thing, sweating my ass off. Also, one time I was fucking a bitch who had a thing for Michael Myers, too. Okay. So Beardson is talking to young girls about how he wants to fuck them in a Michael Myers mask. There's a woman for everybody, chat. And then this, okay. So Catboy Cum Dump, who is the dedicated Nick Fuentes Sphere A-log, has procured for me a clip of Elijah Schaefer. He says this: I am posting this in this thread in hopes that I thought he was referring to me with an indefinite article, the Juice, but that Juice will see it before he streams and play this clip during the show because it's so funny. Here's the original post, and then he links to his Elijah Schaefer effort post that has like 1 million fucking clips if you want to go watch this. I'm cross-posting the actual clip itself so he doesn't have to read through the post to find the good stuff. Here's Elijah Schaefer visibly trashed on his show, arguing with his co-host while there was a guest in the studio. And this was the guest's first appearance. Okay, let's see. Let's see if it holds up.
And so, yeah, I think we should definitely take a trip out there. It'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun.
No, we're going to make some content. So actually, tomorrow, that's Thursday, I have some stuff I have to actually do, but let's make some JFK content tomorrow. Actually, no one's doing that, and we're here. Yeah. Let's use Dallas to our advantage. Like, let's make a lot of JFK content. Like, it's kind of like, right? It's like,
yeah, we will.
Got Indians, JFK. And here's the deal. It's like this. So,
well, we have 2 more topics.
No,
remember, chat. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar.
No, I'm just saying. Like long conspiracy
people
topics.
say in the chat,
Yeah,
let
I
him
think
cook.
Are they saying that?
One person.
You know,
person.
I hate the fact
One person is trolling me and Georgie.
I hate to let you guys.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
I hate to let you know
we have the Aurora, Texas space crash and the giant Nephilim skulls that we want to talk about.
People that follow me like to hear what I'm saying, and that's kind of crazy to understand that. And they like to hear. Georgie?
Yes, but Elijah, we have a guest on the show today.
Hey, I'm just happy to be here.
Georgie,
and we could do this any other day, any other show. We could do this.
It's like imagine getting mad at Nick Fuentes for sharing his own thoughts on something.
Yeah,
it's like you're on my show and you're.
Imagine Nick Fuentes invites like the conspiracy guy on his show and then talks about like random bullshit the whole time.
Blacks and peptides and Nikki's really small. Yeah. I worked out with Nikki and his ass is tiny.
20-minute rant. Yeah, dude. But anyway.
We have to mess with you, brother.
Why are you
sorry.
talking about asses?
I didn't.
What? I didn't mention
say that.
You said his ass is really small.
Brother, I meant like we're talking about working out. Oh my god, dude. We're talking about lifting. I'm saying like you were saying I was small. Let's go on to some conspiracy.
Well, there's two more. There's two more we want to talk about. I'm very interested. No, I'm not holding up. I'm not holding. I'm literally not going to hold up. Okay, we have Aurora, Texas space crash. We have a video in there. If you can pull it up, Elijah, if you don't mind, pal. Pull up the video.
He's in control. He has the video.
Elijah is in control.
I'm in control. If you call me pal one more time,
you don't like it?
I will slit your throat and fuck the hole in your throat.
Dude, this is like, I feel like I'm like Beardson's tied me up and gagged me and like thrown me into like a corner, and then like I've been kidnapped by Elijah Schaefer and a bunch of gay men. I'm just listening, and they're all fucked up on drugs, and they're about to have an orgy. And I'm just like stuck there. I'm trying not to draw attention to myself. You know what I mean? Just like I'm being held hostage listening to this shit.
Craft.
No.
Oh my god.
So he's not a girl. It's only problematic if he's a girl. Only problematic. Dude,
well, go ahead. Let's hear.
Okay.
Let's hear it, pal.
Don't do that. I'm cool.
Yeah.
Don't do that shit on air. Period.
Do we want to get on with the show? or fucking
yeah,
what?
like let's go.
What
Let's
the fuck
go.
are we doing here?
He's like,
Yeah, dude. We have 2 more topics, Elijah.
Yeah.
Let's talk about
so
the
we'll
topics.
go on.
Okay.
That's why people like the
I'm asking
show,
you to pull
'cause
up the video.
I'm authentic. I'm myself.
Why is
We
he
have a
wearing an
video that we have to
Orthodox?
pull
No,
up.
it's just like, don't do that shit.
Is
on
he
my show.
LARPing
saying,
as
can you
Orthodox?
pull up
No,
the video?
don't do that shit on my show. We're
Okay,
good.
so no video. We're not going to pull it up.
But
Okay.
I agree. Like it's like JFK is like kind of like actually a big topic, and we never got answers. And I think JFK became
Even with the documents.
well, yeah. I think JFK became a international problem because like it's like you can kill the president of the U.S. Doesn't matter. Stop texting Georgie.
Stop texting your fucking. Stop texting your ex-boyfriend around me. It's disrespectful. I know you're not over him, but stop texting him. Okay, I know you're talking to him, but don't do it when I can fucking see it. You fucking silly bitch.
Hey, bro, can you pull up the video for the next segment? Thanks.
Let's go, dude. So this is all really interesting to me. I love talking about this type of thing, these topics. I grew up as the conspiracy kid. So now we've got this video pulled up.
What a fucking nightmare.
Okay, next.
That's JFK being
Hey, Laura,
shot,
text this
Elijah.
one.
This one what blew my mind. So I can set it up if you want me to.
Set it up.
There we go.
Yeah, tell us about it.
So most people would, like if I asked you what the first UFO crash was, what would you say? Like in recorded history.
Dude. What fucking trash. Truly unbelievable garbage. Okay, there's your Elijah Schaefer segment. Okay. Okay, so this I saw before. Let me just read it and then I'll recap it. So, Servax, also called Batyag, says, okay, this was too much, I get it, but if I delete the post, it would be considered as a defeat, so I'm sorry. And then he retweets this, and it's Molik Lee saying, W. Popoff verified society, and Zoink started lying that they hadn't played the level before. Zoink just sucking a huge W. Popoff cock in game and in real life. I'm not even lying. Check this vid. At GD Zoink, fuck you. Now, this might be completely incomprehensible, okay? But allow me to explain. Servax and Malik Lee are top players in a game called Pointer Crate. So they are. Okay, forgive me, chap. I think that there's something called Geometry Dash. I don't know what a Geometry Dash is, chat. I honestly don't have any fucking idea. All I know is that it is a heavily autistic community, popular with the kids, and it is like for some reason, despite being like a simple like flash game in premise, it has an extraordinarily unhinged community. So Servax and Malik Lee posted a video of someone called Zoink giving blowjob to W. Popoff, another top player. Or sorry, yeah, another top player. The problem is that the video that they posted was an AI deepfake. That's already kind of life-ruining, using AI to publish a video of 2 men performing oral sex. Because there are laws against that, and there are several remedies for that, which they could pursue. The other problem is that W. Popoff was a minor. He is 16. So these guys published AI deepfake pornography of a child getting a blowjob to epically own them in Geometry Dash. So he then posted this saying, guys, I was informed about what the fuck happened. I swear it was not me. It was fucking Savend who did that shit. That bitch has my password and everything, bro. Every time he was saying Nazi shit after completions, but now it's just ridiculous. I'm banned because of him. Like, what the fuck, bro? Because he was banned from the Pointer Crate Geometry Dash community chat. He then says, I am very sorry. I truly understand that I fucked up. My friends have explained how wrong what I did is. Right now, I'm going to sleep. I owe a huge apology, and I will do it as soon as I feel better. Feeling horrible right now. So he posted this video and then deleted it and then denied having done it, and then also hopefully denied or confirmed having done it. So, assuming that the appropriate legal mechanisms are enacted here, he has completely fucked himself, and he might get raped for it. Interesting things. Well, okay, I have to take another detour because I'm curious. Geometry dash gameplay. Is that Sprunky? No, it's not. It's not a Sprunky. Okay. Geometry dash 2.2 full game and coins, long played, no commentary. That sounds excellent. I want to watch the video. Man. That boomer is still cutting. It's been 2.5 fucking hours and he's still cutting the fucking yard. Can I watch it? Okay, here we go. Okay, so when I thought in my head it was like a Flash game in premise, and that appears to be exactly what it is. It is a combination of like beats and gameplay, where there's certain mechanics that you have to do to avoid death, and you apparently do it by clicking. I assume that you click to hop, and then there's like complexity mechanics that alter gravity, and like clinging, and if you're facing up or down. Okay, let's look at the hardest difficulty. I think that when you play this game, it's like they make custom levels where you can like it gets super super hard and you have to have like frame perfect inputs and shit, and that's where like the hyper autism comes into play. But you can see it's like a complex like Flash game type thing. It kind of reminds me of Meat Boy, Super Meat Boy. I think that would be a fair comparison. I never played Super Meat Boy, but that was another game that was like a Newgrounds type joint with the same kind of challenge to it. So there you go. Okay, and that's how somehow between A and B, AI generated child pornography, homosexual child pornography, of course, was created. Next, this is a old callback, but you may remember MX, a 38 non-binary hot wife who's in a polyamorous relationship with Code JPG, Crimson Kid 7, and Man in the Mirror 84. Mommy of Crimson Kid 7, baby girl of Code JPG. Now let's take a little walk down memory lane for true Maddie fans. Does my website not appear when I search this? For whatever reason, I don't get my own fucking website when I start. What the fuck? I did a whole podcast episode about this person called Archivist Bex. And if you don't remember, Archivist Bex, I did a whole person stream on. They are super, super gross. They're like a fake Jewish convert. And they're in like a gross polyamorous relationship where like one is at the time when I did the video, one was like a beta buck orbiter simp, and the other was like the actual boyfriend. I think there were children involved in this polyamorous relationship, which is just tragic. And at the time, she had a job, or no, this was after she got fired, but she had a job with Riot Games. She was like a lore master. She has like a degree in like librarianism, and then was a contributor to archive.org, I want to say, and that's how they became the archivist. And I think that their specialty was like preservation of video game media, and then somehow got picked up into the lore department of Riot Games. And if I remember correctly, I don't know if this was before or after, probably after, I think. at some point when Riot Games got really big and started making like movies and shit, they completely dropped all their lore. So everything that she was like professionally archiving as a part of her career just got deleted, and they started over from scratch. Like they had to find some way to get all their characters to fit together in the same universe again, because when they made the game, they were just kind of fucking around. It was just a Dota knockoff, and then it became more popular than Dota because it's a much simpler game and much faster game too. It's only 20 minutes as opposed to like 40 plus on Dota, so it got a lot more traction, and they leaned into a lot more into like sex appeal for like half the characters are just like girls. It was kind of like the first waifu game before gotcha things were like a thing, but they point is that they rewrote the entire lore, and that was like her entire job. So she has a FetLife account that was found in June, and the interesting thing here is that this Man in the Mirror name immediately was recognized by the astute observers of the Kiwi Farms, because a couple months ago, Man in the Mirror 84 ended up in the Arthur Chu thread. Now, I honestly have no familiarity with Arthur Chu, but they compared the skin tag on his nose and think for sure that this is a picture of him because it's got the same skin tag. So Arthur Chu, who was like a Jeopardy winner and angriest man on Twitter, who's an old school lolcow from 2015 and before, because I think he had a thread like a Gamergate tie-in, has somehow ended up in like sexual relationships with archivist Bex. And yeah, I remember him from the Gamergate boards because he was really ugly. And is in a polyamorous relationship with archivist Bex, who ruined Riot Games. It's just the fucking craziest thing ever. It's true. All roads lead to Gamergate. I had a when I was doing the review with PPP, I had this kind of I restated like a thing I've been thinking about recently. And it's like there's like 8 billion people on the earth and hundreds of millions of people in the US, and all of them are connected to the internet. And what's really weird is that you keep saying the same names over and over again. Like, it's just the same fucking people repeatedly. And it makes me wonder if, like, is everyone just so docile and placated that they don't do anything? Why do I keep seeing the same people still? Is it... I feel like I feel like there should be more people, and that the old names should have gone away and the new names should have replaced them. But it's like the same fucking thing. I was watching Medicare is back, in case you don't know. Medicare was doing a stream about Brian Dunn. And it's like he never left. He's talking about the same people who've been doing gay shit for like 10 fucking years, more than that. And it's like, is this like my bias? Is this my bubble that I never can escape from, that I'm just going to keep saying the same fucking names over and over again? Or is it like there are no more souls on Earth, and I'm only witnessing people who have souls, and the majority of people are just like cattle who never do anything and never get noticed ever? I don't know what's going on, man. It's just like a hole. Okay, so this is an obscure Chinese locale. I'll just read this post so I don't fuck anything up. James Cage White, aka Cheng Shi, is a locale that has been around for many years, but is generally relatively quiet in the sphere. As a crash course for anyone who doesn't know him, he's a highly autistic Chinese man who is living with his parents at 41 years old. He spends his days masturbating, buying Steam games he'll never play, picking up and subsequently dropping different skill sets, and bemoaning his life, which is purely the result of a predetermined fate and not his own general laziness. For those curious about the name James Cage White, he gave himself an English handle based off his 3 favorite things: James Bond, Nicolas Cage, and white women. The last major development in James's life was his arranged marriage wife, who his parents paid her $10,000 to enter a union with. But then she divorced him and took their son, Charles Peter. James has been back to his usual antics ever since, as if he doesn't have a young human life dependent on him. James revealed in a live stream today that his ex-wife is now suing him and trying to take what little money he makes by groveling for cameos, selling awful merch, and threw pennies thrown at him on live stream. He also admitted that he is bad at sex for some reason, question marks. Let's listen to Cheng Shi.
Ex-wife want to take all my money, yeah. She just want to take all my money.
Why are women like this? Good question.
Just want all my money. Thank you, man, for give stuff. Thank you, man. She just want to take all my money. She just want to take all my money to have make a lot of she will.
His name is Cheng Shi. He's not Vietnamese.
Maybe court will support her to take some of my money because I cheat her. Yeah, I cheat her.
How did he cheat on? What the fuck? Oh, is he saying that he cheated her out of money? Look, 6,000 RMB. I got a fucking Chinese guy in my chat like, haha, that is obviously not a Chinese person. That is a Vietnamese person. A honorable Han phenotype does not look anything like that or sound anything like that.
Says I have 6,000 RMB every month, but then I don't have 6,000 salary at that time. See, me, I cheated her. I have ED. I can't last long during, sex.
He's literally doing honorable American culture rule. I do not owe her 6,000 RMB. My penis is very small. My penis is so small. It don't work. You can't take all my money. My penis is so small. It does not work. It does not last very long. Oh, well, I guess we can't take any of your money then.
I cheated her. I have ED. I can't last long in the sex. She told me I have high blood pressure. I don't tell her.
I am a sad Roman faggot. Please don't make fun of me. This guy is funny. It's true. He is pretty funny. He's got a very round head. Very, very small thread. That's crazy. I'm cleaning my room. I'm a very hygiene guy.
Hello, my friend. Clean my room, my friend. I'm a hygiene guy.
Look, he's got one of those mini splits. I'm telling you, this is very popular outside the US.
Hello, my friend. Clean my room, my friend. I'm a hygiene guy, friend. I'm cleaning my room. Hello, Kiki.
Okay. This guy is fucking deranged. This is fucking deranged. This is like scary deranged. Well, look at this. Hold up. I have to pause and show you something. This man has decorated his wall with cartoons of panda bears and text that says birds. Sir, there are butterflies, there are panda bears, and that looks like a hamster. None of this is birds. There are no birds anywhere on this wall. This guy is fucking psycho. That is some fucking deranged serial killer shit.
Hello, Kiki Bangles. Hello, Gringo. Hello, Reggae Snake. Hello, everybody. Hello, Jake. Hello.
Is he in China? This guy's in China and streaming to like American YouTube in English? Because this looks like China. This doesn't look like... Where's he at?
Good. I'm a hygiene guy, friend.
I am very hygienic. A clean room.
Thank you for your support, friend. I'm cleaning my room. Today's Tuesday. Tuesday.
That's not right.
March 10, 2026.
He has to be in China. I do clean my room. He did like a full house tour. We can see the electrical outlet. We'll know for sure where the fuck he's at. Okay, we have to watch this video to try to find the electrical outlet, Joe. Is this him in his bath? This also looks like an Asian bath and not like a... Ooh. Okay, we're in We're in the bathroom. Surely there's like a plug, right? Oh, I brushed my teeth. Been a good time. Brush it. What power rides? No gingivitis. Ooh. Ah! Oh, what's that? Look, the plug chat. Chinese plugs. That is 100% a Chinese outlet. So he is in China. You motherfucker saying that he's in Vietnam or whatever the fuck. That is wrong. Okay. I got the pictorial evidence. Suffer bish. Okay. All right. Interesting guy. Almost no. Happy Valentine's Day. Let's kiss.
Friends, let's kiss.
No. Go away. He's crazy. This guy's fucking nuts. This guy procreated. That's crazy. Is that his kid? No, that has to be like his parents or something. Yeah. He's in Kutangorge with his mother. And his mother's in all of his videos. What the fuck? Okay. Interesting. This is an interesting person, Chip. Let's move on. I already read about that. Oh, there's a post in the Gooseworks thread. They did some more digging into Gooseworks in celebration of his phenomenal success. In 2009, at the age of 15, he was exposed to transgender art for the first time in the form of Luigi, made by Chessman. Instead of finding them sexual or weird, he found them endearing. And it is a picture of gender-swapped Mario saying to Luigi, "But it's a me, Mario," as like a femme Mario. And he says, "What fandom were you obsessed with when you joined, and what are you into now?" He was obsessed with Mario's Nintendo's Luigi, which led me to transgender art. So Gooseworks and the Amazing Digital Circus as a concept exists because at the age of 15, he was exposed to a gender-swapped Mario due to his obsession with Luigi. And the idea of Luigi churning out inspired him to also churn out. And now they're airing cartoons by this man into theaters to be watched by children because of transgender Luigi, chat. So that is the deep lore. Now, if you want to do a full proper deep dive into the sick and fascinating world of Gooseworks, why is this not postmarked? It's on page 55 of the Gooseworks thread. I'm going to postmark it right now because I don't know why it's not postmarked. And you can enjoy it at your own leisure. Okay. Videos? I don't know, maybe. Okay. Lou Gagliardi. That's a terrible name. Who now goes by Ash Franzetti. Got into local political activism. And has attacked Brianna Wu. And Brianna Wu has dunked on this fat tranny. Okay, let's see. Brianna Wu says, that's literally their name on Blue Sky. I said this to New York Times about a year ago about teenage gender transitions. It was dead on then and is more true today. We help trans people have access to care by telling the truth, rejecting sloganeering, and being willing to say no when the benefits aren't clear. And the quote, quoting himself says, "You help trans people by telling the truth. You help trans people by making sure the health care they get has solid science behind it. Like many older trans people, Wu told me she transitioned after puberty, a continuing journey of hormones and grueling surgeries. In fighting to save future generations of trans adults from the same pain, Wu argued the LGBTQIAP+ movement failed to confront the complexities around pediatric care. We built a medical system that is really uninterested in turning people away or saying no," Wu said. When you do that, the response is not going to be subtle either. To which this person replied saying, "You'd help trans people even more by not existing. Signed, a trans woman," encouraging Brianna Wu to join the 41%. Brianna Wu responds to Lioness of the Hollows saying that he should commit 41%. Oh, this is on Threads, not Blue Sky. So this is a theet, not a skeet or a zeet. Lioness of the Hollows theted, "Since everyone knows it's Trans Day of Visibility, I figured I'd show how visibly ugly I am." Now, this appears to be a very true comment because Lioness of the Hollows is a viscerally disgusting person who is offensive to all senses of sight and sound. Brianna Wu then replies with a screen cap to the 41% comment with this post and says, "Instead of wishing me death, why not work on your own transition? I promise it's a better use of your time to change yourself instead of taking out that anger on others." Which might just be the most cosmically rare, inconceivably impossible Brianna Wu W of all time. All it took was just going and dunking on some fat fucking Han tranny. But Brianna Wu, after 14 years, feels like 14 fucking years, like closer to 12, I guess, 12, 11 years, 11-year-old W, okay. It had to happen. Mathematically speaking, no matter how stacked the odds are, if you keep playing your hand, eventually you'll win. Will it make up for everything else? No, but it is pretty impressive to behold, chat. Then I have an update on Kurtaner. If you don't know, Kurtaner is one of my favorite imbeciles to see suffer in agony because during Drop Kiwi Farms, he promised to the world that I would be going to federal prison for the crimes of cyberbullying. Okay. Shortly after this, Kurtaner was extradited to the United States for hacking. I believe specifically he hacked Gibson Go during the truck protest stuff, which resulted in a lot of people having their bank accounts frozen. And he has pled guilty to the charges and faces 2.5 years in Ontario and perhaps more time in the U.S. for a cyber... Oh, sorry, this was the Republican Party of Texas, not the truckers. But I think he also did the trucks. And perhaps more time in the U.S. for a cyber attack on the Republican Party of Texas. Coddle, 39, who has long claimed affiliation with hacktivist group Anonymous, pleaded guilty to charges on Thursday of fraudulently obtaining a computer service, causing mischief to data, and failing to comply with bail conditions, according to the Globe and Mail. So this guy who's like, "I'll see you in jail, John Potter," he has been sentenced to jail and may face additional time in the United States, though this plea out was in Canada. So, but I imagine that makes it very easy to find him guilty in the United States as well. Then I have a brief update on Russell Greer as well. People managed to find this amazing post. Russell Greer continues to review bomb small businesses that don't suck his asshole. So he review bombed a fucking 7-Eleven in North Las Vegas. He says this: "Rude black female employee here commented, I need to brush my teeth. Where? I have a face mask on, so you can't even see my teeth." So he's alleging that the rude black woman at the cashier said he needed to brush his teeth. But he finds that a preposterous statement because he was wearing a COVID cuck muzzle. And therefore, she couldn't have even seen his teeth to see if it needed to be brushed or not. What seems to have eluded Russell Greer in these contemplations was that if he smells like shit, you don't actually need to see your teeth. She's not making a comment that your teeth are stained. She's making a comment that you stink like shit, which is, I think, whenever I see a picture of Russell Greer, he just looks greasy and unwashed. And supposedly he's homeless and doesn't have access to a shower right now. So he stinks like shit. And he walks into a fucking convenience store and a black woman is like, "Boy, you better wash your teeth. Better brush your teeth." Because she's saying very kindly, "You smell like shit." And somehow, even wearing a fucking face mask, your rancid, rotting death breath is able to escape the fucking P99 mask, which filters out 99% of particles and contaminate the air around me, which is just remarkable. So to commemorate this amazing story that I've been regaled with, I made a little meme. Here we have Russell Greer with his commie muzzle on, and he is being approached by a black woman, and she says, "Shit, nigga, your breath fucking stank." And then he says, "Well, you can't even see our key." And then she says, "What was that? You speak very indistinctly." To which he replies, unwanting to continue that conversation, she wishes him, "Have a nice day, sir," which causes him inconceivable anguish, mental anguish, trauma lumps, seething, contempt, and he goes online to vent and to file a negative review for the establishment for this. So it's a true life comics. This happened in real fucking life. Next, Chibi, not that one, not the pedophile chair, the Chibi that actually went to Japan, has turned 36. Yay! I remember. I'm going to do this again. I'm going to sing it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. You look like a monkey and you smell like one too. And then clap. And I sang a birthday. I remember PPP took a swing at me when I sang that song for Zonda. I sang Happy Birthday for Zonda. And PPP said that was cringe, but it was not cringe. It was righteous for me to sing Happy Birthday for Xander. Okay, suffer PPP. Anyways, Chibi has turned 36. It's the 12th anniversary of the Games Done Quickly couch incident, which he's still traumatized by. And to commemorate the occasion, he has wiped his YouTube to declare he is no longer a lolcow. So let's take a listen. I haven't watched this yet, but I know what he says. So we'll see. I'll review his new mission statement on life.
Hey guys, it's been a while.
I don't think I've ever heard this guy talk. I didn't realize how fucking gay he was.
I'm not gonna bother you with those introductions, because chances are you probably already know who I am by now. After all, there are countless viral videos out there about me that explain pretty much everything in detail, and if you're that curious, you can go on ahead and search for them. But getting to the point, I've been at the center of a lot of controversy over the last decade or so. I've misread countless situations, made extremely poor judgment calls, and as a result, I've been reduced to what the internet refers to as a meme and a lolcow. That's my legacy. In short, I've been an absolute dumbass. And I just want to say, if I have ever done anything to you personally to make you feel hurt, or uncomfortable, or unsafe, or angry, I just want you to know that I am truly sorry for that. I really, really am. And I realize that that carries zero weight for most people, and is probably too little too late for others. After all, I know how the internet works. They never forget, and they don't forgive. But in spite of any of that, I need to say this, because for the last 10 years, I've been desperately clawing for any attention or validation that I could find. And those choices are sadly what resulted in what I can only call my own career and reputation suicide. Regardless of what so many people may think about me, I never did anything out of malice or disrespect. I've always been seeking out some kind of acceptance from people, and the methods that I used are always the root of the problem, because I would always go to some level of extreme for that validation. Whether it's, I'm not popular enough as this person, or I'm not good looking enough, I don't feel good, I need to be better, I need to be good enough. I needed other people to validate the fact that I even exist. And the last thing that I did after that, I realized that I seriously needed to take a long break from the internet, from posting, from doing any kind of content, and work on changing who I am at the core. Not for anybody else, but for myself. For the longest time, I punished myself every time I woke up in the morning. I would look in the mirror and I would hate that jackass staring back at me. I'd hate what I'd allowed myself
There's so much
to
self-pity,
become.
chat.
I hated...
I want to cut off there. I'm kind of bored of listening to him. I don't know. I don't know why he would make a video about this. It's like, if you're going to leave, just leave. Wings of Redemption made a post. I think he's still gone, right? Wings of Redemption made a post. He basically says he doesn't make enough money to justify the shit he goes through. It feels like after Keemstar, it's all fucking over anyways. I think his wife is leaving him, and he's just, like, giving up. So he left. He left with, like, a post. And he said it wasn't worth it because, like, his A-logs are so deranged, and I believe this, honestly. His A-logs are so deranged, they're just, like, doxing all of his financial supporters. So, like, he can't even conceivably try and make money because anyone who supports him is going to get attacked. And it's just like, what's the fucking point? So, I think Wings did a better job. I didn't even talk about it because it wasn't even worth mentioning. This is much more like attention seeking. Though it is the right move, I guess. It's like, I don't know. I only hear about him embarrassing himself. He's in Japan. I can't imagine why you would work your entire life to get sent to Japan, and then you're in Japan, and it's like, what are you're just gonna keep being like a fucking internet retard, and you're not gonna change anything about your life? Like, isn't the whole point of Japan that they have this amazing culture and this bright future and this high trust society? Why would you not just completely immerse yourself in your surroundings and rebuild your life properly instead of keeping one foot like in your old internet shit? Just kind of weird to me. They made $80K a year. That's pretty good, isn't it? That's more than most people, isn't it? I think maybe it's like, I feel like a lot of anime shit is cringe. Like my epic rant about how people watch subs instead of dubs in Japanese for anime. Because if you translate Japanese dialogue into English, it sounds like the most ridiculous bullshit ever. It's like cringe-inducing, gut-wrenching shit to hear like an English speaker say Japanese dialogue in English. I wonder if it's like the opposite for Japanese people. Like they hear English, and it's like the most cringe retard autist ever. And they're just Japanese, so they're like, "Ha, this person is perfectly reasonable and well adjusted in society." Yeah. Is that what happens? It's possible. It's possible, chat. Wings is a massive consumer of vehicles for some reason. I actually have a thing for this. Okay, I had a friend back in the day, back in the Whataburger days, and he worked he was like a serial employee of fast food. He would quit and find like a different fast food job and just did that constantly. And he put like all of his disposable income into like souping up an old like 1970s muscle car. And I kind of realized with him and with black car culture in general that when you make very little money, it's very easy to take like something small and pimp it out as much as possible than it is to like reinvest that into anything more meaningful. So it's like if you want to see like visible rewards for having small income, you just like put it all into your car, and then that's like your status symbol. But then you lived in like a fucking shitty house that you rent in like the hood. It's like that. I think it's also like I feel like that is also, by the way, that's worth mentioning because I feel like it's the exact same thing with gacha games, where a lot of those players who put in like tons of money into the gacha games are probably like people from Indonesia who have very little money, very little disposable money. But I think all those gacha games are like social in a way, right? Is there like a barn where you can talk to other horse people and you show off on your discords? It's like Dark Side Phil, when he was down for the rafters, he was in like a Discord guild, and they kept him around because him being in the guild was great for all the for the entire guild because he was such a big spender, and him being there like gave them all extra stuff. So if you're like spending $10,000 on pimping out your horse girl to the highest tier, and then you join like a gacha game, everyone's like trying to be your friend because they want you in their horse guilds, and you get free shit for that. So it is like, it's like a modern status symbol. Like instead of putting money into your car, if you have no money because you live in the Philippines, you put whatever you have into your gacha game, horse girl, and then everyone wants to be your friend because you're in their guild and you're giving them benefits for being in their guild. I feel like it's like that. It's a flex, and dudes also like to dress up their Oshis. Why don't you just do that for free? Here, watch. I'll do it for free. What's the name of a horse girl? Uma Mumuze. Okay. Air Groove is apparently really popular. Okay, watch this. Oh, sorry. This is the last thing I was working on. That's very racist. I can't believe I would make that. I like, no, I don't want to do that. I just want to like uncrop it. Does that work? Okay, and watch. Okay, so now I can do this. I can take like red, right? Make it bigger. Here we go. That, that, flip the colors, right? Okay. Do like this. Give it some frill. And then it has like a thing, right? Like that. There you go. You gotta give it boobs, otherwise it doesn't count. There you go. Now I've given her a trad dress, and this have costed me, right? This have cost me $0. Huh? Perfect. Okay. You can even go to watch this. I can go to ChatGPT, paste in the horse girl, and say, make her, put her in a tank and dress her up like a Soviet Union tank officer. Okay. Okay. It's creating the image now. It's doing this for free, by the way. It's doing this for $0 and 0 cents. I'm dressing up a horse girl. This guy says he likes to show off his dressing up of the horse girl. I'm showing him that you can do this without spending money. Okay. Nay says May. Should we wait? Hold up. That's a great idea. Oh yeah, yeah. That's a great idea right there. Dude, it is unfucking real how completely useless Google is. Here we go. We're multitasking right now, chat. That's what we're doing. Yeah. Yep. Okay, this is it. Can I flip this? No, I can't. I'm just gonna have to contort things a little bit here. Get this to work. Okay. I can do that. Go to black and white. Flip it. There you go. There you go. Look, I've made the horse, and I did it for free. Now you have as close to a real human horse girl as possible, and you can play dress up. Okay, and it's completely free. Look at this. Look. Wait, sorry, that's the wrong thing. And look now. Look at that. Look, it's free, completely free, completely fucking free from ChatGPT. Okay, I'm doing you such a fucking favor right now. Okay, and it's like, what the fuck else do you need? What's up with this needless expenditure of wealth, chat? All right. Next, okay, Alejandra Caraballo, who is a tranny that works with Liz Fong Jones and went after the Kiwi Farms, has decided to, actually, the New York Times. Alejandro says, I spent the last 2 months putting together this exhaustive analysis of the New York Times coverage of trans people. It covers 3,242 articles over 12 years. In 2022, the New York Times shifted towards a hostile stance towards trans people in their framing. Please consider subscribing. Give me money for this. In January 2015, the New York Times only trans columnist wrote about the suicide of a trans teen, Leela Alcorn, whose last words were "Fix society, please." Very inspiring. I fucking act myself, but I said, "Make the world better," and everyone was like, "Well, if it was a white male that said make the world better when he killed himself, we got to do it." And then they passed all the laws to make things better, because you know what those are? The ones that you promote, the ones that you are the biggest fan of specifically, chat. That's what I support. By 2022, the Times had let that columnist go and begun treating trans existence as a debate. The headline finding New York Times coverage flipped from the affirming and protective of trans rights to skeptical and supportive of restrictions. The turn begins in 2022. By early 2025, the paper's coverage as a whole had crossed the line. It wasn't just framing. It was who got to speak. Oh no! You mean to tell me that certain voices weren't allowed to speak? Ah, fuck. That's bad. That's like censorship or some shit, bro. It couldn't possibly be that you spent your entire fucking career looking to shut down sites that said shit you didn't fucking like, and now you look like a deranged freak. Ah, fuck. That sucks. I think there was a follow-up with this, right? Okay, Big Al's phony study contained these whopping lines. He cites the Pooner Vanessa Urquhart, Assigned Media, Troon, Ari Drennan, Media Matters, and the now indicted and fraudulent hoax promoters, the SPLC. Oh, that's right, because they fund the KKK, as credible and objective sources. He lies about the CAST review, NHS review, and HHS review, calling them widely discredited. And who does fat, dumb, gay Al think debunked these landmark studies? None other than the discredited fringe quacks Jack Turbin, Johanna Olsen Kennedy, and Meredith. So this is debunking the sources here. Oh, the New York Times actually responded to him. That's funny. Where is this at? The Times rejects the criticism. In the statement to the Advocate, Rhodas Ha said the paper reported deeply for years on the prejudice and attacks that transgender people face, while also helping readers understand the questions and debates over trans rights and medical care. We reject any suggestion that our coverage is biased or anti-trans. We report on gender identity and related issues fully and fairly and approach our coverage with curiosity and sensitivity, as we do with every story. She said Caraballo's analysis shows a fundamental misunderstanding of our journalism and how it works, arguing that such studies sample word sentences and headlines in isolation and ignore the expertise, facts, and context that journalists and editors bring to each story. To which Caraballo responds and says, the Times responded to my analysis of the coverage of the trans issue. They basically said, you can't look at what we wrote, you have to look at everything else. But that belies the structural issues they won't even admit to pushing a Pulitzer campaign for Azine Gorash's podcast. So I guess Azine Gorashi probably does a lot of reporting on things that are more relevant to Middle Eastern affairs. I imagine that this is exactly what this is. I don't know anything about this guy, but it seems like he's upset that Azine is getting pushed for a Pulitzer Prize for his podcast, based only off his name. I bet you that Azine Goriashi does a lot of coverage about Middle Eastern affairs, and his Middle Eastern coverage is widely regarded as good. But because he's a conservative in regards to like trans issues, because of his origin, which is the Middle East, which is very, very conservative, and has said things that are not friendly towards transgender people in the way that Caraballo would prefer, it is therefore entirely transphobic to support his Middle Eastern coverage because he's transphobic. I feel like I don't know, just literally just based off the fact that he's a name and Caraballo was upset about that. That's probably the entire fucking story. Yeah, so it's such a simpleton-minded thing. You either have to like completely fall in lockstep and believe everything I say and do everything that I want all the time as soon as I say it, or you're a heckin' evil Nazi transphobe. And there's absolutely no nuance whatsoever. Okay, I have to look this up. What does Azine Gorashi cover, and is he transphobic? ? I'm gonna get an instant reply here. Science reporter covering the I'm wrong. She is a New York Times science reporter covering the intersection of sex, gender, and science after previously working at BuzzFeed News. Her reporting on trans issues has been the target of criticism of trans advocates, LGBT groups, and says she argues against gender affirming care with skepticism. Okay, so there's a person. So there's like one person who works for the Times that's like gender critical, and the tranny is like, no. Okay, that's funny. And then Darkside Phil, Snort Ranch is under lockdown, under siege. 18 hacked accounts, hacking. Okay, apparently somebody has figured out how to bully Darkside Phil using a malicious script or some shit, and it's causing him to be angry. So let's take a look. So the message in the chat says, P-Ack Addict Real One says, Fail has spent over $3,000 in the last 3 weeks on Pokemon cards. I cannot wait for him to throw fundraiser streams again. We're so back, boys. LOL.
But apparently there's a line of code or something they're doing that freezes YouTube chat. And then the only way to get it to work again is to start a whole stream up again. Okay? Apparently it happened to the streamer Hyphonics and someone else as well, and it's going around YouTube. The problem is, it happened 16 hours ago, and YouTube didn't fix it yet, which means YouTube is going to drag their feet fixing this. I guarantee they will.
It happened 16. So there's a minor issue on the site that only affects a minority of users in very specific circumstances, which just so happens to include me. And it was reported to them 16 hours ago, and they still haven't fixed it yet. Man, oh man, it's as if deploying a code fix to the front end of one of the most popular websites in the entire fucking world requires more thorough review than what 16 hours can possibly afford you, Phil. That's such a insanely, what's the word? Selfish, conceited, simpleton, small-minded. Like, you think the world works that way? That you snap your fucking fingers and then YouTube is going to break its back and fold in half to deploy a hotfix specifically for you? Who gives a fuck?
They will 100% drag their feet fixing this because that's how they are. Like, they won't even understand it. People will try to send them the information on how to do it, and they won't.
Entitled.
They're
That's
just,
the word.
you know what I'm saying? Like, they're so dumb.
Entitled world.
They won't have any idea of what's causing it or anything, and it might take their coders days to fix. So I might have a dead YouTube chat for days. There's, what can I do about it? Now, the good news is the contributions still come through. So if you like the stream and you still want to interact with me, you could still do a super chat. You could still do a membership. You could still send a tip, of course. That's not going to change. But obviously, it really sucks if I can't interact with you guys. That is true. Felix the Maid says, can you make it so that...
Felix the Maid. Felix the Maid is a fucking DSP dent. Can you put the chat into this account? Must be subscribed on the channel for 4 years or 4 years or more. Do the DSP detractors really have accounts? This is a stupid question. They really have accounts lined up that are like multiple months old subscribers that they can pull out for epic shenanigans if they really need to do something? I guess so, right? They got aged accounts for doing YouTube shenanigans on YouTube chat for DSP, like fucking fraudsters with like aged Grand Cayman LLCs for credit card fraud.
An account has to be a follower of the channel for a while to talk. Yes. So here's what we can do. That is one thing I could do right now. Subscriber, you had to subscribe to the channel for
4 years.
1 week.
Oh my God. That's not
now
too
you
bad.
can only talk in chat if you have subscribed to the channel for a week. Chances are whoever this idiot is that's doing it is not subscribed to the channel for a week. Now, it sucks I had to do that. Obviously, I didn't want to do that.
You bumped it to a month. Okay.
But let's see if this stops it. Okay? Let me also post up a message about this right now.
I only see little glimpses of DSP's world. But every time I see him, literally every time, he looks older, angrier, and just unhappier. There's never been a time where I've seen a clip of DSP, and he would argue that it's because it doesn't get clipped. But he just looks perpetually fucking miserable. Just miserable. It's the Ozempic? I mean, he doesn't... DSP never looked that fat to me. He's always been kind of like overweight, but not like properly, like morbidly fucking obese. I don't know. Is that like the... Why would the Ozempic make him angry? You're saying that he's hangry all the time? Ozempic, Adderall, and gin daily combos. Hey, that sounds like a good fucking time. Where's his mirth? If you're slamming fucking Addies, Ozempic, and gin, you better have some fucking mirth. Cool. We are cleaning up YouTube. They're trying to extort him with the fucking Discord link. That's gay. They can't do anything without making it fucking gay. The fucking DSP people. Okay, and this is okay. Let me show this actually because I know what this is. So after his huge win with oh, this isn't even the right one, I don't think. After his huge win in the courts in Milwaukee, our boy Patrick S. Tomlinson Child came out and finally finished his custom railing to the to his home. I was hoping to see the after pictures, but they're just posting the layout of his house, of course. But I think I showed this on stream even, like his finished railing. I'm gonna find it again because it's funny. It just looked bad, and the main thing that looked bad about it was that it he like laid the flooring down without leveling it because it was like built on the roof of like the balcony below it. So it looked like, can I just go to the view media tab? Is that possible? So it just looked like very slanted and just wrong. Oh, yeah, this is it. There we go. That's not like the full view of it. Like the full view of it showed the slant. And but that's what he set up. He did that himself. And he was very, very proud of it. He posted it on social media and shit. You can see he's measuring stuff to show you how good at doing this fucking bullshit is. He's very proud of his work, his handyman. The problem is, for the unfortunate reality of Patrick S. Tomlinson Child, is that he is gang stalked by a death cult of thousands of internet cyber stalker troll terrorists who want him and his family and everyone around him dead as a fucking doornail. And they manifested their insane, obsessive, psychopathic rage at him by reporting his unsanctioned modifications to the Milwaukee City County or council. See, if you build something like a railing and you live in a libshit hellhole like Milwaukee or the United Kingdom, you have to get approval. You have to get a license to build your balcony. Now, if you live in God's country, you can do whatever the fuck you want. You can build a balcony around your flagpole that is nothing but a diesel generator and an air conditioning unit that's cooling off the outside. If you don't live in God's country, you have to ask for permission to modify your own home that you own outright to keep the neighborhood safe or whatever the fuck. So a cyber troll terrorist reported him to the council, and he received an email from the city, and the email said that we received a report. We sent an inspector over to your house. We looked at the balcony, and we saw that report was accurate. As it says here, a recent inspection of your premises of the above address revealed conditions that violate the Milwaukee Code of Ordinances. You are hereby ordered to correct each violation listed below by the date indicated. And the correction that they suggest is obtain required permit before installing or replacing guardrail. And if you have any further questions, please feel free to reach out to Brendan Marchese at the Milwaukee government between the regular business hours. Actually, not even. This is very specifically 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Monday through Friday. And there's even a handy-dandy website for finding these violations. So if you happen to be a cyber stalker, troll terrorist, you can just download this off the internet to the chagrin of the people involved. And this was sent to Nikki Robinson and Patrick Tomlinson at the address. And then it contains a bunch of rules and so on and so forth in regards to the violation. Patrick Tomlinson replied to this in the good manner that a experienced writer would do when talking to a government official who can make his life more difficult than it needs to be. And he said this, Mr. Marchese, I'm writing today regarding your notice of violation letter directed at our home. Below I forward the email correspondence I've had with your department on April 17th. A Mr. Alexander Schneider before beginning work on our balcony. Now let's read the email first because this is important context. The plan examiner in the Department of Neighborhood Services for Milwaukee replied to Patrick Tomlinson saying, Hi Patrick, replacing railings without changes to the size or location is considered an ordinary repair exempt from permit. Unfortunately, though, we can see that he did a lot more than just replace the railing. He's trying to prove this here with his measurements by saying that it's very precise, but he didn't just like amend it. He completely tore it up and placed down like a new floor and shit. So that might have required a permit. But as you can see, the Department of Neighborhood Services has already instructed us that a permit was not necessary for the work conducted. We did our due diligence to make sure that we were in compliance with applicable city codes and permits before starting, and were given that confirmation by authorities of the correct department. Furthermore, we know with certainty the complaint, in quotes, that triggered your on-premise inspection of our home on May 20th was made fraudulently by a member or members of the same criminal stalking cult that has been swatting our home, which only this month led to the city of Milwaukee settling a lawsuit with us over repeated civil rights violations by the Milwaukee Police Department. In light of the fact we were already given assurances by your department that we were in compliance with applicable Milwaukee ordinances and permitting requirements, we decline now to be pushed into retroactively paying for a permit we were told by your office was not required. We further will not consent to any inspections of the property, as this was also not mentioned in the correspondence from your office before we began. You can be assured the railings were purchased and installed to meet all requirements delineated by the code, which was the purpose of reaching out to your office in the first place, child. You may issue a variance for this work, and we will be happy to assist with whatever paperwork needs to be filed to achieve that result. But as we followed all instructions given, and any mistakes that happened occurred on your end, that concludes this issue. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, what's really, 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 really funny is that this is like a Trump thing, and Patrick S. Tomlinson hates Donald John Jackass Trump more than any person alive besides Sifu. And despite this, he appears to have adopted Trumpisms to communicate with the city of Milwaukee. And then there is one more. So Brendan Marchese replies and says, he's received another complaint about work being done without a permit. He says he's brought the issue up with his supervisors, the plan examiner's office, and managers to make sure that the guardrail is addressed accordingly. Due to the guardrail being newly installed, a decision has been made to order a permit to be obtained so the examiners can determine that the guardrail meets the minimum code requirement. My supervisor and I talked with the plan examiner, Eric Lemmer, about what the permit would cost, and he said they may not charge the plan review fee, which would lower the cost. So they're willing to go out there and inspect the rail free of charge and probably hand wave it. They're just going to go through the process. They're going to show up, push on it or some shit. I don't fucking know. Probably say, it's fine. And you'll pay $50 for the permit. Because obviously they don't want to fucking deal with them. But there's a process. And everybody has to be treated fairly under law. That's how it works, right? Patrick S. Tomlinson obviously getting a fucking free out with this because they don't want to deal with him. And everybody is saying that they'll look at it and say it's okay. If it is any reasonable way that it could be okay. He responds to this with 2 fucking pages of a reply, which I'll try to read through quickly, not just in the voice. Good evening, Brendan. Please forward this email to your managers, supervisors, examiners, and anyone else involved in this decision tree. Let me start out by saying we're very disappointed in your office for the newly resurrected refusal to resolve this situation reasonably. In your last email dated June 1st, which very obviously should have been the last one, we were led to believe this matter was closed, as it should have been. Now I have to repeat myself from that conversation, which I really do not enjoy doing. Your office did not receive a complaint about our balcony, not in the incident that triggered your May 20th inspection of our property, and not now in this new example. What actually happened was your online reporting system was fraudulently targeted by cyber stalkers and literal domestic terrorists who have previously and repeatedly attempted to have both myself and my wife murdered in our home in Milwaukee Police Department through dozens of false police reports, more commonly known as swatting tactics. These fraudulent reports by the MPD have already cost the city of Milwaukee more than $500,000 in a civil settlement for harassment and misconduct of the MPD against our home and persons. Your office could claim naivety of the facts during our last conversation. You cannot claim continued ignorance of them now because I have explicitly explained the situation to you last time we spoke. Now is the first time these criminals have made fraudulent reports to your office against our property while pretending to be our neighbors. The first such incident came was not the first time. Perhaps 4 years ago, when they impersonated residents living in the apartment complex next door to make a fake complaint about our backyard fence we had to repair after a particularly strong windstorm snapped off the old post. We went through the entire appeals process to eventually be granted a variance for the repair. We know these complaints are fraudulent, including this last batch, because the criminals who have repeatedly abused city resources to harass and even attempt to kill us openly brag about such efforts in their social media profiles, all documented for further review should it become necessary. So your new demands after having closed this matter are born of the fruit of the poison tree. But let's return to the facts at hand, exclusively between ourselves and your office. On April 17th, before any work had started, we were given assurances by an authorized representative of your office that the work we proposed did not require any permitting or on-site inspections. That assurance came after we deliberately reached out to your office for instruction on the project to ensure that we would be in compliance with all city permitting requirements and ordinances prior to beginning construction. We used that official instruction in good faith and ordered construction materials only after the April 17th email to ensure that they complied with the city code requirements for deck and balcony guardrails that were helpfully shared with us. Requirements we then faithfully followed during the construction of our guardrails because the reason we sought a conversation with your office was to ensure we were doing everything by the book in the first place, partially because your office had been previously manipulated into harassing us over our fence repair by the cyber criminals trying to murder us, which is why I need to be very clear with you now. No, we will not be retroactively coerced into paying for a permit at any price after having already done our due diligence with your office and being assured by an authorized representative and employee of your office that the proposed work did not require one before any construction had commenced. No, we will not concede to your demands of an on-site inspection of the work after having been told by your office the work proposed required no permitting and by extension no inspection. Any attempts to force entry to our property by any city employee or contractor in this matter will be interpreted as criminal harassment and trespassing and confronted as such. I imagine then he's cocking the gun in real life. I'll kill you, motherfucker. We have acted in good faith at every step of the process. Your office has not. If any mistakes were made along the way, they were made by employees acting under your office's authority, which makes the consequences yours to bear, not ours. This was never a discussion, debate, or negotiation. Your office has only one option, one option to fully and finally resolve this matter for your books. You will issue a variance for this project and be on your way. We will honor our previous offer to complete whatever paperwork may be necessary to effect that outcome. Hell, I'm feeling so generous, so I'll even throw in an offer to take and forward pictures with a tape measure of our guardrails to reassure plan examiner Eric Lemmer that they meet the requirements of the city code. This is our only offer. There will not be another, and indeed, you should have never have continued to push this issue at all. Our lawyers are CC'd on this email. We are really, really tired of the city of Milwaukee finding excuses to act as lapdogs for literal terrorists who have been hounding our family for the better part of a decade and have already cost our community so much. We're wasting our time and your own, which has always been one of our primary goals of the criminals stalking us. Stop doing their bidding. There we go. Patrick opens the Strait of Hormuz next. Exactly. He's one of the cyber terrorists from Iran. You will open the Strait of Hormuz. You will allow oil to flow. There will be no other negotiations, child. You will give us the depleted uranium, child. You will not audit my taxes. You will not conduct an audit on us, child. Oh, it's so fun to make fun of Patrick. He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand why it's just so fucking funny to make fun of him. All right. Brief update. As I mentioned, our boy Jimothy, they got him the good shit. They gave him a mixture of Ozempic, fentanyl, what was the other one? Adderall, and gin and tonic. And so he's been living the high life, making fun of Brian Dunn. Unfortunately, Mikey No More has had his channel struck down. Mikey No More being one of the best YouTubers, Kiwi Tuber, I suppose you should say. He's a user on the site. He's been struck down by Brian Dunn, who's a gigantic piece of shit. Any bad thing that happens to Brian Dunn is therefore funny and acceptable from a moralistic standpoint. I would never encourage anyone to fuck with Brian Dunn, but whatever happens to Brian Dunn is therefore funny because he is a gigantic piece of shit, and he should go fuck himself. And it sucks that we are still dealing with bullshit censorship from fucking faggots flagging shit, and Neil Mahan should be drowned in a lake of shit because he's a fucking faggot, and I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of this shit where literal nobodies, literal troglodyte, subhuman, Untermensch from Undead City in World of Warcraft, the lizard people, subterranean, like fucking animals, can just complain, well, making fun of me, and then that's it. Oh, whoops, your channel's gone because Brian Dunn cried about it like a little fat fucking bitch, little piglet. Quick, sweet, cried about it. Oh, channel's gone. Brian Dunn cried about it. Oh, can't have that. Can't have a country where Brian Dunn. You literally can't have a country where people like Brian Dunn are allowed to have any rights, basically. When you allow fucking lizard people like Brian Dunn to complain and have any sort of action taken as a result of the complaint, you cease to have a functioning society. Because it's just like pig monsters and fat faggots like him should not be allowed to dictate what happens to anybody, anytime, anywhere. I'm just so sick of it. That's all I have to say about that. I hope he gets it back. So watching the latest Medicare stream was Ethan Ralph. And during, you see, Ralph had a lot to say about this Medicare stream because finally there was something relevant happening to him. And he did like a full 40-hour long stream, watching every second, criticizing every second, pontificating about how much he loves Jim, how much he needs Jim, how much he's missed Jim. And of course, when you stream for that long, you can't just not eat. This is the thing with YouTubers, apparently, and streamers. It's like, apparently, even though you're getting paid by your fucking audience to sit here and stream, and your streams are generally the length of a shift, you have to eat on camera. I don't think I've ever eaten on fucking stream because it's unprofessional. And it's like, what? My stream's like 4 or 5 hours. I can go 4 or 5 hours without eating. In fact, I do it every fucking day when I sleep. But no, streamers, they need to eat on camera. That's just what they do. So Ethan Ralph got some snacks, okay, and he decides to indulge a little bit while Medicare's stream plays. Let's just take a quick look at what that looks like. So he's got the package, and like a feral fucking animal, in black and white, of course, because he's got skin that's so bad from his dying liver and kidneys that he is embarrassed of how he looks and has to go into black and white constantly because of it. He manages to tear open the package. He's already chewing. He hasn't even put anything in his mouth, and he's already like preemptively chewing. Oh, he's licking his hand. Whatever he got. I think he intended for the camera to be off during this sequence. Like he was letting Jim play or some shit, and he didn't realize his camera was on. So he's just going to start shoveling this shit in. Let's bump this up a bit, 1.5 times. So he's eating a sandwich or some shit. And I want to say, I don't know exactly when this happens because I have not looked at this before now. What he's doing, if I remember correctly, is he opened like a packet of tuna and he was taking fingerfuls of tuna and a tub of mayonnaise and was just dipping the tuna straight into the mayo and then sucking it off his fingers. He had somehow reverted to an Indian, like in terms of culinary etiquette. He has devolved into an Indian person and has started to dip chunks of tuna fish into mayo and eating them directly off his fingers without any utensils whatsoever. Rob for Trump says Cam is on. He's warning him. He's saying, Ethan Ralph, what the fuck you're doing is on stream. They're recording this. I can see you eating this tuna with mayo without any utensils. Ralph is so broke he can't afford you to. He's tearing open he's feasting like a fucking zombie. He's just like tearing shit open with his teeth, using his hands. He has no scissors. He has no fork. He has no knife. He doesn't have a bowl to mix mayonnaise and tuna by proportion together. He simply dips. He just chucks his head back and just eats mouthfuls of tuna and mayo. And that's his life, alone in Mexico, eating like an actual fucking pig. Truly amazing. What an amazing person he is. Like a feeding frenzy, exactly. And to round out the stream, to hit all of our home bases, I have to shill for my favorite Shih Tzu. Sifu has truly lost his fucking mind. I don't think I showed this, actually. Was this last stream? It might have been last stream. I didn't get a chance to do this. No, they didn't clip this part for whatever reason, but there was a stream Sifu did where his schizophrenia is progressing and he's getting worse mentally. He has become convinced. He read a news story. Here's a true story, okay? As I said, I'm going long on AI nuclear energy. The big tech companies are so important and so massive and so influential that they're going to get whatever the fuck they want. And they want micro nuclear reactors, specifically for their AI data centers. And there is moves being made to acquire these data center reactors. In fact, Microsoft, the company, tech company Microsoft bought 3 Mile Island, which if that sounds familiar and you're not quite sure why, famously it was a nuclear reactor in New York that had an incident. I think it was New York, but it had an incident and they had to shut down. It was closed by the Department of Energy. It is now recommissioned and coming online. And it is the first nuclear reactor to ever be recommissioned as a part of the Microsoft energy deal. And it was a big thing. They wanted it to go straight to AI data centers, but the Department of Energy said no. You have to put that on the grid and sell it to residentials as well to make their costs lower. So that's what's happening with that. Sorry, I don't know where it was. It's in PA. That makes sense because Sifu is in PA. So it's 3 Mile Island nuclear data center, Pennsylvania, being recommissioned as a part of the new AI nuclear reactor shit. And Sifu heard about this, and he hates Microsoft with a burning passion, which is based. But his mind warps these things, conflates these things, and of course everything Donald Trump and his administration does is bad. So he's suddenly become extremely paranoid about electromagnetic frequencies and radiation. And there's a stream of him that I don't have clipped, but he's wandering around his house with a Geiger counter and an EMF sensor, detecting the energy levels in his house and the radiation levels in his house. And he's trying to see if the government is attacking him with EMF waves and radiation. He is pleased to find out, actually, his mind has been put at ease, that the radiation levels in his house are much below what they would expect, what is a safe level. So he's very happy that his house is not irradiated like in Fallout or some shit. However, those EMF waves, they have him scared. He has discovered that his microwave, when plugged in but not doing anything, causes the detector to go off and show high levels of electromagnetic frequencies. This has him very concerned. In fact, he is convinced that Microsoft and Donald Trump, and probably also the federal government, maybe even YouTube, are causing his electronics to consume energy passively and emit these electromagnetic frequencies. And why would they be doing that, you ask? To spy on him. The electronics have embedded in them surveillance equipment and or are directing EMF at him to cause him confusion and mental pain. Okay. So this is a very tragic revelation to know that the powers that be are doing this to poor Sifu, who is a light of the world, a truth bearer, a torch holder. His light shines the way, okay? And they're trying to keep him down by lying to him about only having 3 viewers at any given time. So when I show these clips to you, I want you to, this is like the easiest way to show you that his like mental health is properly fucking declining. I don't know when he did this. I assume he just went on Amazon and bought a bunch of shit. So on top of an EMF thing and a Geiger counter, he also picked up a radio, and he is tuned into this weather service radio station that constantly just blares out the weather forecast. And it's this very weird thing where when you listen to him now, you just constantly hear the weather forecast in the background of his room. And it really adds layers to the schizo shit where he is monitoring the weather constantly for reasons completely unfucking known to me. And the ambience of the automated weather station really just adds a lot. So we're going to listen to him. This guy right here, Wibla, I don't know for sure, but my guess is there is one, and I mean one, dedicated pre-Kiwi Farms A-log that has tried to troll Sifu. And I think this might be him, because he complains about him quite a bit, but he doesn't seem to know the Kiwi Farms exist yet. So let's listen to some Sifu.
That's the scammer right there. That is his Steam account.
He calls him a scammer because I think he has an archive channel that rehosts all his videos, and it's like an impersonation account. So Sifu thinks that this guy is like stealing his videos to ruin his SEO and to make money off of him, and that's why he's a scammer.
That's him. That's the scammer. That's him, right there.
It's a fan
That
page.
is the scammer.
He thinks it's stealing from
That's
him.
doing this. That's the person that runs that channel that is stealing my content. That is the person that is doing all of this.
No, he's not
doxing
playing a map
people,
game.
That is sitting here trying to get noticed. That is
Inexplicably,
obsessed with
he has a
me.
map of the
This
US
is
in the
a
background. I don't know
disgusting
why.
piece of trash individual. That is pretending to be me. Period. So you can do whatever you want with that. I don't give a fuck about this person.
Oh,
you want to unalive them?
I spoiled it a little bit. He's had a recent progression in his diagnosis where now he just flat out says to kill people a lot. I think I don't know if I played this on stream, but there's a clip of him literally saying to Trump that he should just extrajudicially kill Xi Jinping with like a nuclear strike or some shit. He's getting very violently oriented.
You go right ahead. You do whatever you want. Trump, whoever, FBI, whoever. Again, you already know. I already reported it. This person is the scammer. You can do whatever the fuck you... I don't care. I have no idea who they are. They're not somebody that I will miss. I have no idea who this person is. This is a scammer. And this is probably a terribly disgusting individual that is maybe even unalived other people. Because he has threatened to do so to many of my family members. So I could really care less what happens to this disgusting individual. So there you go. That's the scammer that's doing all of this. There you go.
I'm trying to figure out how old he is. I think he's over 30.
Okay. Yeah.
40?
Right there, that's the scammer. This person.
He's 40? Damn.
Scammer.
He's in a much better shape than fucking Chibi Reviews or whatever. No, the other one. Not pedophile chair Chibi. The Japanese one.
You guys know how serious I am about doxing anybody that, matters. Even, I wouldn't even give Trump's name. Like if I found out Trump's info to certain I would never in a million
You would
years
never dox
to
President
FBI
of
or
the United
something, make
States,
sure it's
Donald
safe or
Trump.
something. I would never do that in a million years. So the point that I want you to realize is the only reason I'm doxing this person is because he's an evil piece of shit. He's literally a criminal.
Trump.
Period.
Okay, one more little C for Ruski. Okay, he's no boss man. But he's violent and insane. So let's take a listen. Watch. This better be fucking good. Page 22. Oh, him driving? Okay, I'll play this. Is this what you're referring to?
Why is the bitrate nothing? 5G plus full service, bitrate's nothing. 5G plus full service, bitrate is nothing. 5G plus full service and the bitrate is nothing. 5G plus full service and the bitrate is nothing. 5G plus full service and the bitrate is nothing. 5G plus full service and the bitrate is nothing. 5G plus full service and the bitrate is nothing. 5G plus full service and the bitrate is nothing. 5G plus full service and the bitrate is nothing. 5G plus full service and the bitrate is nothing. 5G plus full service and the bitrate is literally just solid. They're just fucking cycling it down to nothing. 5G plus full service and the bitrate is solid at nothing. Literally cycled down to half of what it's supposed to be. Less than half of what it's supposed to be. 5G plus full service and the fucking bitrate of the stream is cycled down to less than half what it's supposed to be. Gee, I wonder if you're trying to break the stream up so that we can't find out that all these assholes that are driving around in these trucks are actually off-duty fucking cops. Yeah, I wonder if that's what you're trying to do.
Is that a red truck? Oh my god. It's a red truck, chat. Holy shit. I didn't even notice. I didn't even fucking notice. If I was Sifu, I'd probably already be fucking dead, chat.
I don't know, maybe the guy in front of me or something is an off-duty cop, and he likes to swerve around behind people and pressure people to drive faster. I don't know.
Yeah, bro. That's dangerous. That's fucking spooky right there.
Incredibly illegal.
This is weird, but he kind of looks like Homer Simpson. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you tried to draw Homer Simpson as like a person, it's like this, but with like a little less hair, basically. I don't know why. He just reminds me of Homer.
So this is what the FBI should be doing. But the point is, they probably aren't because they don't realize that's what money laundering is. They literally didn't go to school for espionage law or any of that.
Espionage law. What the fuck? Where do you go to school for espionage law?
Cash Patel, dickhead, shouldn't be running the fucking FBI.
So true,
Pete
Kim.
Hegseth, Fox News anchor, shouldn't be running the DOJ. Neither of these people are qualified
I thought Hegseth ran the DOW now.
for the highest fucking law enforcement positions in the country. In fact, the only thing they're qualified for, literally, half the time, is a goddamn fucking punch in the fucking face. That's it. That's in fact all they're qualified for half the time, a goddamn fucking punch in the face. Fucking asshole Cash Patel can't even answer a goddamn fucking question about the Epstein files. Duh. Yeah, we have them all. But
This guy has great background noise. This guy, when he gets worked up into like an autistic frenzy about how much he hates Trump, you can just put him on 2x, and his streams are like 8 hours long. And you want to talk about like a streamer like not eating? This dude, when he gets into one of his schizo, this is why he's so skinny. He gets into a schizo fit, and he'll just rant about Trump and do this shit for 8 hours straight. Just like absolute fucking non-stop talking and ranting. No breaks, no getting up to pee, no eating, no nothing. Just fucking fuck Donald Trump. I'm Donald Trump. Just for 8 hours. It's bliss. So someone in chat said a while back, but he's not Bossman Jack. He's like our boss Methadone. And like, that's exactly right. That is exactly fucking right. He's not no Bossman Jack, but he's some Mossman Doan, okay? Okay. Our Reddit segment before we close out. The Jannies at R Leftists have put their obese feet down over the anti-Semitism present on the sub. So this is an R Leftist by Mod Warrior Runding. The title of this thread is Anti-Semitism, Racism, and Bigotry Will Not Be Tolerated. There is a post of the Israeli flag where the Star of David has been replaced with a very inbred-looking Jewish guy. I think this guy is like from a meme image somewhere, but it's very stereotypical, okay? Very offensive looking. It's a real guy, though. It's a real person. The moderator continues on by saying, what the title says, I am beyond exhausted hoping that some of y'all, okay, anybody that says y'all and is not from the South, I still hate that, and I refuse to let it go. Some of y'all will pull your head out of your asses and live up to the values necessary to be a passable human being. It's so funny how like they cry about dehumanizing language, and then that's constantly what they would go to. They can't use any racial epithet or whatever the fuck, so they just go to, you're a trash fucking human. You're not even like a real person. And it's like, sorry, are we against dehumanizing language or for calling everybody we don't like a non-human that we can just kill like an animal? Since this has been a repeated failure, we will be moving to a zero tolerance model going forward. Anti-Semitism will result in a 28-day suspension of your account from this subreddit, followed by a permanent ban for any infraction thereafter. Racism will result in a 28-day suspension of your account from this subreddit, followed by a permanent ban for any infraction afterwards. Bigotry, which definitely includes transphobia, will result in a 28-day suspension of your account from this subreddit, followed by a permanent ban for any infraction thereafter. Genocide denial will result in a 28-day suspension of your account from this subreddit, followed by a permanent ban for any infraction thereafter. If you have any doubt of whether or not something is going to run afoul of these zero tolerance boundaries, don't fucking post it. No, I'm not going to rules lawyer technicalities. The time for you taking a nuanced approach has passed. No, I'm not going to accept ignorance as an excuse. It is 2026. Go get educated on how not to be a piece of shit. This is a warning to all users. I don't give a fuck how well you discuss theory, the praxis you claim to have accomplished, none of it. If you are in this community, you will be a decent fucking human being. If you can't step over that incredibly low bar, then I don't want you here, so fuck off. Addendum. As of 9:15 Eastern, any further comments defending this content as not being anti-Semitic will be permanently banned. I've explained repeatedly the rationale behind this, and I'm done giving the benefit of a doubt that users can hear a new expectation and engage with it responsibly. If you cannot act like decent people, then this subreddit doesn't need you. For anyone else who asked for clarification or generally acted like a human being, thank you. Edit. Locking this to catch up on bans. I like how he says I've already explained my rationale, and he doesn't. He just says if you say anything I don't like, you're not a human being, and I get to kill and eat you like an animal. Is basically what he says. It's kind of a strange thing. So this is like the most Reddit post ever created. They need to like print this out. And they need to like hang this in a fucking museum somewhere. It's like in 2026, there were a fiefdom of Janny trannies who ran everything on Reddit and controlled like 80% of what the average person gets exposed to online. And they could barely form coherent fucking thoughts. And they could barely put together A and B and draw a line between them. Okay? It's like, this is just what they are. So, there's our leftists. Redditors are unhappy. I guess these are the people who can't even be decent fucking humans. They could barely cross the low fucking bar of being a decent fucking person, and they were pretending. What's it called when you like? They're concerned trolling about the rules as if they didn't understand them or whatever. I already explained my rationale, and it's like it is what it is, and you know how to be not a trash fucking person. So trash fucking person, no cheetah 7249 says this. It's anti-Semitic to show pics of genocidal freaks being depraved genocidal freaks. Mods showing DSA as imperialist trash once again. It's not anti-Semitic. You're just an imperial dog trying to both sides a genocide. Stupid ass crack. Enterprise D's nuts. Also a trash person says, Mossad pay your interns better. This shit is embarrassingly pathetic. I agree. Swole Palmer says, you always hear stories of Reddit mods being drunk on power, but this right here also has the benefit of being extremely funny. Guy really thinks he holds legitimate power. There's not enough grass in the world to get this man back on a baseline level of social aptitude. His brain belongs to the lowercase I internet now, and it's glorious. Unfortunately, trash person Presnik Bonnie posted the very offensive Jewish meme saying, fell for the liberal Zionism again award. Go ahead and ban me now, Lamau. Snag Briak Kamradi posts a picture of what appears to be an IDF soldier chokeholding a child and says, perhaps you fascist Zionist freaks prefer this sort of picture. Trash person... Acklaster says, watching a mod crash out against their entirety of their whole subreddit is entertaining. All the real left-wing subreddits are enjoying the popcorn. Capno4436 says, fuck Israel. Fatty Willing Plain posts a picture of a Jew saying this post was fact-checked by real Mossad agents as true. Seminole trash person says, cool, Lamau got permabanned. Lux Colho says, Zionist sub now, like some said, go ahead and ban me because this is a subreddit for leftists anymore. Striking Sky says, oof, how embarrassing. Got any other right-wing talking points you want to get off your chest? And Lopped the Treacherous says, imagine being so ugly that even the undercover Zionist mods on leftist subs are outing themselves by saying your image is not allowed to be brought up. Okay. So we see some left-wing unity here. Very nice to see. Very inspiring. I'm sure that the revolution will come about any day now, and we'll all be living in peace and harmony under a socialist utopia. Very happy to see that. Unfortunately, we still live in the capitalist present, and I have to suffer under the yoke of the imperialist dogs. That means I have to read super chats, chat. Not you. You guys are not imperialist dogs. You're my best friends. Okay. Anyways, thank you for watching. I'm going to read the super chats now. Mooring Gatto says $20 says establishing parasocial connection. Please stand by. P.S. Thanks for the trophy points. Please don't ban me, but if you do, at least leave a funny ban message. I'm assuming that you're Mound Dweller because that's the only person that would make sense. Stop fucking A-logging, bish. Hemlock Tea, subscribe for 1 month. Thank you. Atomic Angel, subscribe for 1 month. Thank you. Ginjada 1900 for 5 says, I won't say anything this week to derail the entire stream. Have a good weekend and use this towards Old Bay and cheese-based purchases. I just might. Thank you. Baldo Peggins for 5 says, Oy vey, female Mountie, Montreal, Quebec. Oy vey, female Mountie, gun drawn. Oy vey, female Mountie, gun drawn. Dead Rabbi, Montreal, Quebec. This guy posted this 4 hours ago, like 2 hours before I brought up the Mersh clip, but he saw it coming a fucking mile away, so good for him. I guess he watches the show a lot. I think he does. I see Baldo Peggins every stream. Thank you. Carrot, I guess I should say Carrot for 5 says, Friends, free boss man, hashtag free Nathan. Nathan's a pedophile. He can stay in jail, but boss man, we got to get him out. Thank you. Logistical Nightmare for 25, gifted 5 subs. Thank you very much. TP Deluxe for 5 says, up early to fix my AC capacitors and clean the condenser. Can you imagine being summer without AC? Sure would suck to live in a country without it. Suffer your pores. I think this also came before I even talked about the air conditioning stuff, but he saw it coming. Thank you. Good luck with your AC. Unkind Naysayer for 2 says, how is the Irish Revolution going? Did they get tired, go home, and get raped by the government yet? There is a total media blackout happening with the Irish stuff, and nobody knows. So, I don't know. It could have dissipated by now. We'll see. Bussy Buffet for 25 says, your rant here. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And he gifted 5 subs. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Peen Wienerstein for 10 says, don't let Obama get a hold of that statue. There's a YouTube link, and it appears to be like a YouTube poop. Let's see.
Now, before we conclude, Mr. President, we have one more question from Twitter. It asks, there are concerns over the safety of America's cities ever since the space colony's attack on the moon. The tweet continues, what do you have to say about the theft of dangerous artifacts that could cause attacks like this to happen again?
You mean the Chaos Emeralds? I'm going to assume you mean the Chaos Emeralds, because if that's what you're concerned about, I've got one of them right here.
Chaos Emeralds! Mr. President, put your hands up and turn around slowly.
Chaos Control!
Oh my God!
I'm going to be real with you. I have never played a Sonic game. I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. But thank you. Sneena Stanny, for 1, says, what is to be done about the Janny menace? Even normgroid sites like Wiki are not immune. There is no fixing the Janny problem. They've won. They've always won. Boss Man Jacking It for $20 says, I missed something awful, which is perhaps the greatest insult that's ever been thrown in my face. Thank you. Haramburger for 2 says, if you want to talk about the site and moderation so much, let's hear about Lawgiver, LOL. I like their art and posts. Where's the beef? Lawgiver is like a retard. I try to be nice to him because he's like a fan of the show and also the forum. And I don't want to turn him into like some kind of super A-log who's obsessed with me for the rest of his natural life. But he has been reporting that he's been getting bullied for like over a year, probably 2. And I repeatedly told him, stop replying to these people. Because he reports shit of him being bullied. And then I look at it and he's replied to it. And it's like, if it's a profile post on your profile and you replied to it, I'm not fucking deleting it. Because you've already given them attention. There's no point deleting it because you've already done damage. There's no point in me deleting something you've replied to. They've already gotten what they want. It's like me complaining that someone's fishing without a license when they've already gotten the fish, scaled the fish, gutted the fish, cooked the fish up, ate the fish, and now they're sitting on their truck bed, having eaten their fish, drinking a beer, and staring at me being upset that they went out fishing. Okay? Like, it's fucking over. It's over. And then he like reports private messages. It's like they're being mean to me in a private message. Well, you're in the fucking DM chain. You're willingly in one of these DM chains around people who don't fucking like you. Leave the DM chain and you won't see their fucking private message, the private fucking messages that you're reading. Just leave the DM chain. Won't leave the DM chain. And then I've even had people that I like say, like, he's really getting bullied. Like, yeah, of course he's getting fucking bullied. He keeps replying to him. Why do you do that? And they're like, no, you got to do something about this. You got to do something about these people trying to drive away a good user. And I'm like, so you're asking me to make a rule that people can't make fun of this one user or I have to ban them on a website about bullying people. Do you think that will play well? Do you think people will respect that rule? That there won't be a fucking massive Streisand effect if I try to do that? And it's just like insane. It's like, just don't fucking reply to it. No, and this is the thing. It's like now it's like a little Spurg thing where it's like Lawgiver and like his gay retard friends and DM messages, but then it spills out to the supporter board. And then someone super chats me to talk about it. And then I'm talking about Lawgiver getting bullied in front of 2,500 people. And it's like, if he just ignored it, it wouldn't escalate. But it's going to escalate because he keeps giving it attention. The fish has been fucking scaled, gutted, cooked up with some Cajun spice mix and eaten. Okay? It's like, it was time to stop over a year ago. Zen Monitor for 4 subs. Thank you. Or subscribed for 4 months. Thank you. Peen Wienerstein, for one, says Dino Nuggies usually have more protein per serving than original chicken nuggies. Same carbs, usually more protein. More of the story, always buy Dino Nuggies. The original, independently owned, still manufactured in the US of A with high-quality chicken, Dino Nuggies. Always support your small American businesses, chat. Peen Wienerstein, for one, also says many splits are getting more common in America, but what's crazy to me is that even ceiling fans aren't common in the UK, EU. It's true, they're not. They're so poor they don't even have ceiling fans. Sad, pathetic. Because they loofed. They put a fan like in a window or something and draw a giraffe. They don't usually have a ceiling fan. Anal Vor Enjoyer gifted a subscription. Thank you, X Anal Vor Enjoyer X. Pirate Mike for 20 for 10 says, I think Europores should get less air conditioning because I don't want them to feel equal to whites. So true, King. Thank you. Citrus Addict for 1 says, the Earth cycles in and out of ice ages. We've been cycling out of the previous ice age for a little over 10,000 years now. Well, it should fucking stop, and I support any movement that drives us back into the ice age. Fuck you. Anime Extremist for 2 says, I truly think that deep state governments, big corporations, and malevolent special interests artificially raise the Earth's temperature to get people on board the climate change bandwagon. Well, if they're artificially raising the Earth's temperature, does that not mean that it's real? I mean, it means it's real. Logistical Nightmare for 10 says, Happy Pizza Day, Mr. Moon. If you want another cheese to be on the lookout for, I recommend Tomarashi cheese. Well, that sounds very chinky. I don't think I will encounter that on my own, but if I see it, I'll take it. Thank you. Dark Western for 5 said, subscribe for 4 months, suffer britches. Thank you. David S877 for $25 says, imagine not just living somewhere cool. Hello from 60 degrees Fahrenheit and rainy. Wait, no, we don't want any more Europeans in quotes here. I don't know where that would be. It's Canada? Norway, maybe? Where is it so fucking cold? Alaska. Thank you. Logistical Nightmare for 10 says, hey now, we don't know if Bungie is at fault for making Destiny, yes, that one, decide to suck off Nick Fuentes. That's coming in the next lawsuit. Can you imagine if there was a crossover between Destiny the game and Destiny the streamer? Where something happens and there's like a sexual assault allegation involving Destiny the streamer from the company? That would be so confusing. How the fuck would anybody cover that? He would be immune from consequences just from the complexity of trying to describe the situation. Thank you. Gypsy Harlow for 5 says, in another life, Josh never became the owner of Kiwi Farms. He was a DeviantArt user glomping and RAR XDing as he doodles neon emo OCs. I was never, in no timeline, ever slated to become an artist. I have such an acute mental block with anything creative that even when I played Blockland, I could not build. Like, it's so weird. I played a Lego building game and then I couldn't build Legos. I just scripted in it and played other people's shit or looked at their builds or asked for them to build something. I could never build anything. I have no artistic bone whatsoever. I'm a great singer, thank you. Barella Furman, for once, I used to play on the Neopet site all the time. It's a shame it was staffed by and full of Troons now. This gen can't even introduce kids to stuff they used to play because Troons co-opted it all. It's true. When I was talking to PPP, I had a thing that a tangent I went on about how there seems to be a thing with modern adult media where they delve into mature topics, but the topics are so immature. Like the topics are drugs, sex, pornography, and swearing, copious amounts of swearing, and these are all things that we call mature, but it's like a juvenile porn obsession and like gratuitous sexual references with tons of swearing, and the drugs are just like, I'm fucking stoned, bro. Let me suck your dick, bro. I'm fucking high as shit. Whoa, I'm like a devil in hell. And it's like all these mature topics handled by like the most juvenile, mentally stunted troglodytes of all fucking time. And it's like that with everything. Like they grew up and they're still obsessed with old school RuneScape and Neopets and shit, and they just ruined it because they're still like they never grew the fuck up. It's an entire generation of adult men who are like porn addicted, weed smoking, Fruit Loops eating, Rick and Morty enjoyers, and they control like the strings of culture for whatever fucking reason. Citrus Addict, for one, says, are you familiar with the background on Markiplier making Iron Lung? Hollywood tried to stop him. He did it completely indie. The game's creator has been involved with every step of creation. No, I didn't hear anything about that. I just knew it was like the first YouTuber movie, and I hope it's successful, man. I really hope. We're in an era where it's so easy to get stuff done now. We got tools that are accessible. We got tons of people. We got AI, and it's like, it's time that retards like me or whoever the fuck can punch way above their weight and humble these giants, because that's what the internet was in the early day. It was like you had big companies and they got fucking humbled by the startup, by like the couple of guys in their garage with a cool idea and tenacity. And that reshaped the entire world. It reshaped the entire world. And after a time, after like 2012, things started like coagulating and joining up, and now it's like we're in the upside down world, or right side up world again, where it's like the big corporate powers and the government control and own everything, and the little guy just gets raped constantly. And it's like, it's time. I would love to see it if AI can make things upside down again and allow a change in dynamic. Cena Sandy, for once, says Bungie killed Destiny more than anyone with their shitty expansions. Yeah, I heard that they released a really shitty expansion. I also heard that they their last patch, they announced like a Destiny 2 last patch before all the crew got fired, and apparently they introduced some horrific performance issue, and now the game runs like shit, and that was supposed to be like their last patch, so they fucked the game up on the way out. Old Nosy. Actually, this is right. AI is not going to exist for much. Every time I use AI to get something done, and I just get it done amazingly in a couple hours, I just think, I don't get to have this for much longer. They're going to take this from me. This is too fucking cool. This is too fucking good. This is too fucking powerful for me to have, and they're going to take it from me. And I think that every time I use it and get something done. Old Nosy 4961 for 2 says, breaking news, Cogs boiler is felted and he's poor. Suffer, bitch. Unkind Naysayer for 2 says, can I borrow $2,000 for a GameCube, please? No, you cannot. Haramburger for 2 says, Cookie Run Kingdom has a collectible card game with tournaments and competitive scene, and I feel dread in the pit of my stomach. If you don't place, are you forced to kill yourself now? I don't know what the fuck a Cookie Run Kingdom is, but possibly. It's very possible. Sneed 14421 for 5 says, I saw your Zeet about the pit. If you're looking for something good to watch, look into The Terror Season 1. Also, you and PPP should watch Tamers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know who Tamers is, but I did watch The Terror. It was a good show. If I remember correctly, I think I liked it, but it was just so fucking miserable, and I knew I knew how it was going to end. And it was very obvious how it was going to end. And I don't enjoy shit like that. Life is fucking miserable. I want my media to be more entertaining and less fucking nightmarish. Season 2 sucked, I think. That's when they introduced like the fucking Inuit people and shit, and that fucking was gay. I'm watching from season 4, I think it's on. I just watched episode 9. I think the last episode for the season comes out on the 28th. The beginning of the season sucked ass, but it got a lot better. But the thing is, I know that it's a good show and they're going to renew it, and it's not going to solve anything. That's why PPP's not watching it either. He says like they're never going to solve anything. It's like I kind of agree with that. They're never going to do it. So I can't recommend it. It's like I'm 4 seasons in, and I know that they're not going to ever solve anything. So if you're into a show that's like a mystery box thing, like Lost, watch From, I guess. Thank you. Oh, by the way, my review of The Pit was I watched 2 episodes and it was the most Jewish thing I've ever fucking seen in my entire life. Half the staff of both the nurses and the doctors are all Indian. The central plot of it is that they don't have any people and they desperately need more Indian doctors and more Indian nurses. There's a scene where a black woman comes in and she's screaming for drugs and fent. And then a white doctor's like, oh, God. The young white doctor's like, oh, she must be like a drug chaser. And then an Indian woman's like, don't you ever say that. You have to be in tune with black women of color. And then she's a lesbian, of course. And she's having like sickle cell anemia, panic attack or some shit. It's like, it's a very painful issue. Give her all the morphine and fent she wants right now. And then the white doctor kills somebody through negligence. There's there's white parents with a white boy, and they neglected him and gave him weed, and then they're freaking out. There's like after the CPS, who's a black woman, of course, the CPS worker comes in, and she's a goddess, a little angel working for CPS and social services, and she's talking to the parents, and they're like they Karen out like, what? You're gonna take my child because I gave him edible gummies? I'm Karening out. I'm a Karen. I'm white and I'm evil. And there was something else. There was a white homeless man. Everyone white's evil and stupid. Everyone black is wholesome and big chungus. There's one of the doctors is a white single mother, and she has an ankle bracelet. I don't know why. She probably fucking like stomped a puppy to death or something. It was just like an alcoholic whore. I bet you on money her kid is mixed race. Let me look it up. I don't know if they show him in the show. I'm not gonna look it up. I don't care enough. But I bet you he's mixed race just because. Why not? So yeah, never watch The Pit. And if anyone tells you to watch The Pit, say it's Jewish propaganda. You're not gonna watch it. Oh, anyways. Anime Extremist for 2 says Uma Mamuza is Aryan and connects both men and women over a shared mutual interest in a video. Dude, no women are playing this fucking trash. Unless they're like anime retards like a fucking VTuber. This increases healthy sexual dynamics and increases first world birth. Dude, you're fucking retarded. Hannah Romberger for 2 says, first we had bone chairs. Now we're petting bone horses, spooky, skull emoji, horse emoji. It's so true. We're petting and stroking our skeletal horse. Deadless812 for 2 says, as a mailman, yes, Dolly gives out books, lots of the same books, but she does more than most. It's true. What a queen. Koi Dante for $20 says, by asking about birds first, I got a Gemini to inform me that different tribes of humans have genetically inherent intelligence and personality traits. I mean, ask fucking the AI about why all the top sprinters all come from like a single tribe in Ethiopia. There's like one small region of Ethiopia where like every famous award-winning record-breaking sprinter, I think, has come from. It's like one area of Africa. It's not even all black people. It's one specific regions of Ethiopia where this tribe exists. Thank you. Justin Shipvick gifted a sub. Thank you. Russ Cole 01 for 10 says, it's old, but it still cracks me up. Okay, let's check it out.
How many USB ports does my motherboard have? The number of USB ports on a motherboard depends on the model, but most have multiple USB headers, typically ranging from 2 to 6 or more. One Reddit user says kill yourself. To find
Good question. If I ever train an AI off the Kiwi Farms, that's basically going to be how it works. Unkind Naysayer for 2 says, I can only assume Gooseworks made this ending so shit because she got tired of the retarded fandom. So many pilot threads either dropped or resolved with zero effort. It's because Gooseworks is not a writer that cares about a beginning, middle, and end with different themes and different threads. Gooseworks wrote characters, and even though the characters sucked, he was obsessed. The whole point of the entire fucking show was the Jack's tranny arc, and that's what mattered, okay? Sneeden for 5 says the tranny kept talking shit to Trey, and there's another fight clip. Okay, let's check it out. Trey Living didn't hold back fighting this trans contestant on Ice Poseidon's kickstream. Is he naked? Why are they censoring it? Is it like butthole shit? What the fuck is happening? Oh, he's wearing like a...
Let go, let go.
That's a hold, right? I don't know anything about sports, but like in boxing, if you grab somebody, that's like a hold. And you can't do that, right?
Brad, step in, bro.
What? Dude, all that fucking whining from the people watching, like, oh no, he's chimping out, he's going too far. And then they pull him off and the fucking train starts swinging at him again. What the fuck?
Oh my God.
Beat the fuck out of that trim, bro. Come on, dog. Knock that ass out. Knock that ass out. Choke that motherfucker.
That's it. It's over.
It's not, though. If he lets go of the true, and like the fucking Moid Rage is gonna erupt from him.
It's over.
He's not tapping out the train. Look, it's still going.
going.
Beat the fuck out of him. Get him. Yeah! Yeah! Beat that ass!
That's the ground. That's the back of the head. Stop.
Oh.
Not on the ground. Not on the... Yo, chill.
Submit!
Hit the back. Hit the back of the head.
Roll.
Is he winded? Come on, Trey. What the fuck you doing? Swing. Damn. I was one more swinging. All right, Sneak Cricket for 2 says, I don't know if this was posted, but Suffa Euro. There's a link. I fucking sang this fucking copy pasta, bro. Also, I'm glad the Venezuelan Kiwi is okay. I like his okay. Here's hoping all the Venezuelan Kiwis are okay. I hope so too, brother. I might have to get a Venezuela TLD next time. Emperor Aardvark for $20 says, looking forward to listening to this at work tomorrow. Have a great day, Josh, in chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Logistical Nightmare for 10 says, so glad we'll be getting more of Josh's very bad Spanish attempts going forward. See, I'll have to perfect the Mexican accent. Essay, see, I gotta work on it in my off time. Thank you. Dante for 10 says, if Fuentes thinks OnlyFans earnings equals hot, he should check out that smoke show Trisha Paytas. Listen, Trisha is reformed. Don't smudge her name. Thank you. Sneedo for 2 says, I hate everything as a faggot. Yeah, no shit. I hate everything TV says, Uwe Boll and Army Hammer made an evil film, parentheses, it was banned. What a fag. What I don't hate is migrant crime. Migrant crime is A-okay. But I fucking hate. Oh wait. Isn't it sad? When you don't hate? He's British. What do you expect? Thank you. Ginger Cunt, subscribe for 12 months. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Stino for 2 says, run, Haru, run. Okay. Oh my God. Hey, look, another AGP weeb says, hey, look, another AGP weeb. And it appears to be Haru Okumura with a very, like a skinwalking monster that has raided Haru Okumura's room and, dresser, probably also the intimates drawer, I'm not going to lie, and has put on all the clothes and irreversibly ruined them in the process. Very, very scary, very tragic. Run, Haru. That's probably what, you know what? It's probably Ralph. It's probably Ralph. I'm not going to lie. He's just wearing the glasses that throw us all off. Red Eyes Black Dragon for 2 says, if this weird Chinese guy can have sex and a wife and a son, then the incels have nothing to complain about. They never did. Porglack for 1 says, why haven't you secured the domain name for Kickassia? I'm eating some tater salad, by the way. I don't know. Why would I buy Kickassia? Thank you. Cino for 1 says, large birds can be here. They sure can. Tech Controller for 25 says, Jersh, if you want to get a quick rundown on the Chinese wanderer that is James White, here's an excerpt from a YouTube doc on him, just a snippet. Okay, I'll take like a 30-second look at this.
James's mother has more input than himself. In fact, there was a Chinese dating show that James appeared on that basically confirms this. James appeared on the show Mortal Delight in 2018 in an attempt to find love. Unsurprisingly, his mother accompanied him on the date as well.
有点。那为什么最终你还是来了呢？他在挡不住我的脚步吧。
Yeah, that's pretty cringe. That's probably why he hasn't. But I mean, he has like special needs, so I think that's her perspective. But he's a bit touched and needs help. Thank you. Big things coming for 1 says, I don't really have anything interesting going on, so I want to wish you a nice week in chat. And Josh, thank you. Remove Antler Menace for 2 says, Josh, what species of fish do you actually want to try and catch? Panfish. Big things coming for 2 says, you've been singing a lot this stream. Maybe you should go pro. I gotta get my VTuber avatar on debut. Dave 87890 for 10 says, Chibi Neko Dimix, not the chair one. Life goals in a nutshell. What my homie does every year.
Nah, man, this year's gonna be different. I'm gonna get fucking shredded. I'm gonna get my degree. God damn! And I'm gonna meet the woman of my dreams. Nah, man, this year's gonna be different.
Okay, that's pretty good. Thank you. Golly Dante for 10 says, I don't need planning permission to build a balcony stalker. Those are your delusions. Enjoy local council meetings. Thank you. Total Gun Death, subscribe for 12 months. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I have no Baldo, and I must read for 25, gifted to 5 subscriptions. Thank you very much. Bleep Bloop for gifted 10 subscriptions. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And he gifted another 10 subscriptions. Thank you very much. I also appreciate that. I think this was all during the Patrick S. Tomlinson reading, so I guess the moral of the story is read more Patrick S. Tomlinson and collect money. Thank you. Logistical Nightmare for $20 says, America, fuck yeah, come join us in the sci-fi fantasy thread and vote on the book we'll read and discuss this month. Theme America. That's right. They promote their thread quite a bit in the community happenings thread. So if you're into sci-fi fantasy, you can discuss the finer points of Patrick S. Tomlinson books with them in that thread. And I'm sure it's better than Reddit. Thank you. And Logistical Nightmare for 5 says, Pat posting. Thank you. Stealthy Geek also says, yes, Joshua, I will fall off my rooftop balcony while drunkenly rage tweeting. And yes, Joshua, you will add King of Milwaukee to my thread title. Is that like King of Kong, King of Milwaukee? I don't know. Until they declare him king, I'm not sure if that's appropriate. Thank you. Zippity Doodah. That's it. That's the song from the dog show. Do you remember the dog show I was talking about that sounded like a fucking fever dream? It was Zippity Doodah, Zippity Day. My oh my, what a wonderful day. That was the song that was in the fucking dog show. They were singing that while the dogs were eating their food. I don't know. This is like a weird thing from or some faint memory has like appeared in real life. Okay. Song of the South. Yeah, that's it. Good. I reference the Tar Baby a lot. That's like that had the Tar Baby and Song of the South had a profound impact on my development. Zippity Doodah, Zippity Day for 5 says, are femcells real the same way incels are? Or are they just mid-attention seeking like most women? There are definitely women out there. Okay, listen. When you say a femcell, it's a complex thing because you think incel, but a woman. That doesn't exist. If a woman wants to have sex, she can find somebody to have sex with her. That is not like a thing, regardless of how like hideously disfigured they are. Basically, you can find a guy that'll be into that. A femcell is a woman usually who abstains from sexual relationships for various reasons. And a lot of that is just like general misanthropy. They're just weird. Like, I'm sure a lot of them are just like attention seekers that are trying to like be cool in like a boy circle, but there's definitely women out there who just like they hate men and they don't want to have sex and they don't want to be in a relationship, and that's what you would call a femcel. Thank you. Sneedberg Stein Goldman for 5 says Ethan Oliver Singh, spiritually Indian. Thank you. CARROT for 5 says Google has a terrorist agenda. So true, King. It really does. On my mental fucking health. Thank you. Emperor Aardvark for 10 says, I'm back to say I ate a shitload of Dungeness crab and Argentine red shrimp covered in Old Bay, insane amounts of Old Bay. If you want to know the truth about it, bitch. Well, that sounds like a good fucking day. I'm not going to lie to you. That sounds amazing. I wish I had your day. Thank you. Octavia sales rep for $20 says, I'm 4 hours late, but not $20 short. Have a good weekend. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Not even numerals for 5 says nothing at all. Thank you very much. Hamster for 5 says, it's insane to me when people bitch about game prices today. When I was a kid, I remember saving up and paying $60 for Pokemon Stadium on N64. $80 today would be quite reasonable for Neo Geo good games. The issue, the reasonable counterpoint to this is, as I said, that when they put out the game, it's like half the game it used to be. Like Diablo 2, when it came out, was a full and complete and great game, and the expansion pack just made it better. And I think the expansion pack was like $20. And when they put out a game now, it's like $60, but it's like $20 worth of game in the past. It might have better graphics and shit, but it's not complete. It's not tested. There's issues with it. You don't get a fucking collectible disc or anything. You just download it. So, there's good arguments for why they should be $6. But if it was a game that was like Diablo 2, that was a whole, complete, good, single player, you own it, you can host it, LAN shit, it is reasonable that it would cost more. Ratlord111 for 5 says, the wheels of the bus go round and round. Now you're trying to trigger me. Thank you. CARROT for 10 says, please rain something decent like 25 mil in Kino chat feels. You're trying to buy KKK? I can't. I'm already being accused of commingling funds by Liz Fong Jones. I can't give you on-site rewards in Kino chat for mad at the internet super chats. Okay, I can't do it. I'm sorry. I get some fucking help, by the way. Thank you. Elks Antler for 5 says the Patrick segment can be your Freeberg segment. I just pull up like an excerpt from his novels at random and read like a page of it while like music plays and some shit and just reading the Patrick voice. Good idea. Logistical Nightmare for 5 says, holy fuck, this dog thing was a Disney VHS of 101 Dalmatians Wild Deep Memory Pool Game. It is. No, it wasn't, was it? It was a Disney VHS. I think. But it wasn't like... It wasn't the... Yeah, it's definitely not that. It's like Doghouse or some shit. I'm not sure. Sneedo for 2 says, the creepy loomer pic on your Zitter reply scares me. And I know exactly what this is. It barely looks human, but alas. Here we have what should not possibly be real, but might be. I can't say for sure. I deny such things exist. And Sneedo for 1 says, also, will they ever pass a 50-state constitutional carry? No, they'll never pass that. Are you fucking nuts? Come on now. Okay. Let's see. I think I have a song to play, chat. Say I had a hiccup, but it is what it is. Have I played Handmade Horsepower by Colby Acuff? I don't think I have. I'll play that. Okay. Yeah. No. Have I played that? I don't think I have. I'm on Windows right now. Come on now. Where's just like the lyric video for this? I am not muted. If it's not propagating to kick, I don't know. But I'll play this, then I'll head off. It is what it is at this point. My mic is not. I'm gonna have to say something in the stream chat. It says, fuck it. If I'm muted, I'm just gonna end it. No straw. It works on my OBS. It's a Rumble Studio thing. Sorry. Just going to end. I'll post this as well to Rumble, so everyone's muted on Kick only. Okay, well, that's the end of the stream, regardless. So, if people can't even fucking hear my song, I suppose it is what it is. Okay, I'm just gonna end it there. I don't usually have like an outro song, but not today, chat. Zippity doo dah, zippity day. My oh my, what a wonderful day, chat. Bye bye.